Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Kuro no Kiseki. It's me, your host, Logic Blade, and we are back. Last time around, we finished up Chapter 5, which meant concluding Armada's death game. And, well, there's only one way that could end. Olympia came down to fight us. We ended up having no choice but to let her die. There was a choice, but shh, don't worry about it. She's dead now. It's all your fault. But yeah, she's been taken care of. Armada's been taken care of entirely, and now we get to reap the rewards. But that wasn't the only stuff we found out. We also found out that Elaine's daddy, Edmund Auclair, the CEO of the Quincy Corporation, was one of the main fundraisers for Armada's dealings. So it's gotta be tough, man. Since the father stuff. In addition to him having Van disappeared, he's like almost easily the most disgusting father in all of Trails. The ones that come close are Black Alberic, but I mean, he was just more of a knob than he was like competent in his job. He tried to do heinous shit, but didn't really do heinous shit so much. And then of course there's Eustace's dad, who was way worse. So, you know, Great fathers all around. Anyway, I'm sure there's others, but they don't come to the top of my brain here. Anyway, let's get started on the final chapter, shall we? I've rambled long enough about stuff that happened, and y'all can enjoy Fee on this title screen. I'm sure one of my viewers is really enjoying seeing Fee on the title screen, but yeah. It's time to begin. I should say that if you want to help support the channel, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. Boom, did my YouTube thing. Now pay me. No. Of course, they hit you up with the big loading screen right when you start up. So you know they're serious. Alright, we hop all the way to the end of November here. November 30th. 8 days have passed since the chaos in Arashian. It was made known to the public that the ones responsible for the explosion in Arashian's old palace, as well as the masterminds behind the eradication of Krail Village, had been none other than Armada. However, the CID, along with a number of allies, had worked together to eliminate the group once and for all. Likewise, their weaponry had been successfully seized by the government, and the state of emergency around the capital was finally lifted. Amidst all this, news of the arrest of two prominent CEOs spread far and wide. The CEO of the Quincy Company, a confectionery company with international business relations, and of ETWS, a high-end luxury car manufacturer. The news was a great shock to the international community, surprised that such individuals would be involved in funding a dangerous criminal organization. Especially so, given that one of them, the CEO of Quincy, was the father of a well-known and highly respected A-rank bracer. Given that this bracer, the Sword Maiden, was responsible for apprehending and turning in her own father, the public roundly pitied her situation. She had prepared an offer in her resignation, but it was swiftly rejected by the guild's higher-ups. While the scars of the past week remained, economic activity resumed nationwide, and it seemed as if the nation's economic boom was back in full swing. However, with the reparations from Erebonia coming to an end, Calvard's future slowly grew more and more uncertain. And yet, President Gramhart's approval rating, which was already strong thanks to his successful negotiation of the reparations, and the unprecedented economic growth he had brought to the country, were boosted even further, thanks to his swift resolution of such a dire incident. The Office of the Executive put out an announcement stating that there would be a memorial service for the people of Krail Village, as well as a reveal of the Republican Army's latest advancements during Revolution Day on December the 3rd. Having overcome turmoil, and looking forward to how they may advance as a nation, the whole Republic swelled with a sense of great anticipation. November 30th, 9:12 a.m. So, it's safe to say we're done with them now, yeah? Yeah. Well, that Melchior bastard's still prowling around out there somewhere, but we're mostly in the clear. The feds and the guilds have cleared out all of their hideouts, and they have a lock on all routes out of the country to top it all off. And I'm sure there's some people behind the scenes looking for them as well, right? Right. The Thralls, Ritter, and Papal Guard are setting their differences aside for the time being, and working in tandem to stamp out the remains of the Garden. It would seem that they're even cooperating with Ikaruga and some other Jaeger Corps for good measure. Likewise, Heiwei and Marduk have been working to uncover any groups that had ties to them. I believe they intended to sell off any information they gather from their thugs and other low-ranking members to the CID. So, things are coming to a close. Wouldn't be Gramps and Zhao at work if they weren't making their keep from all this. Sounds like Abu and the Eisenschild have been putting in work as well. As for the reactor weapon, it sounds like it's secure for now. The one we recovered was dismantled with Professor Hamilton and the other two disciples present. It doesn't seem like Callahan produced any more of them. And there's no way the Mafia could have made more themselves. Even if there were, they would need that sword to detonate it. At present, the government and the Congregation of the Sacraments have been working together to clear out the rubble in the old palace. The sword, halberd, and armor should all be recovered in a few weeks' time. Plus, you mentioned something about their chosen wielders being the only ones who could use them, right? If that's really true, then things have come to a close after all. Right. They really have. I truly can't believe how much we've all been through. You're telling me. Even with all that said, I'm still worried about Melchior. There hasn't been a single trace of him anywhere. I can't believe he'd do something like that to his own boss at the end. I can't understand that man one bit. Actually, I don't think I'd even want to. That jerk was definitely a hardcore, degenerate psychopath. Still bothering me that we haven't got him yet. If not just wrap up avenging Sei and Wong, but... I'm sure we'll be fine leaving him to Oathbreaker and his gang. It takes a snake to catch a snake. They'll get him one day or another. Right. I really hope you're right. Things are really calming down, both in public and behind the scenes. Agnes? Are you still broken up about how we couldn't stop them? Yes, but at least I think I did what I could. I was able to keep all the orphans and kids in town out of harm's way. Even if, in the end, that just ended up being a waste of time. No way, don't look at it like that. I'm sure that one could view such an act as mere self-indulgence, yet I would argue that there was great value in what you did. Exactly. I'm not going to sit here and tell you if I think it was the right or wrong method to use as a Spriggan. What's important is that you found your own way to handle the situation, and ensure that those kids stayed safe. More than anything, thank you for everything you've done. Well, I mostly just got help from Ren, Sharid, and the others. It's a real shame about what happened to Elaine and her father, but... Still, I'm glad everyone who mattered made it out of that situation safe. Sorry. Because no, not everyone made it out of that situation safe and sound. Just the people we cared about made it out safe and sound. Let me try that line read again, sorry. Still, I'm just glad everyone made it out of that situation safe and sound. Agreed. Right. You all stood tall against a terrifying opponent. Excellent work, everybody. Hey, don't count yourself out. You did great, too. I can't count how many times I thought we were done for. I can't tell if we're all still here because the goddess is watching over us, or because your boss has the devil's own luck. I keep questioning the same thing. Well, you guys can benefit from Lady Luck however you like. I'll just be over here railing her. Railing? Nothing. He said nothing. Aaron, was that really necessary? Seriously? We have 6 of the Genesis now. Thank you all so much for your help in getting this far. It's no problem. So, there's only 2 left, right? Well, it's called the Oct Genesis, so I'd certainly imagine so. Professor Hamilton's been searching around, but seeing if she can find anything on them for us, but there's no luck yet. Likewise, none have turned up in Armada or the Garden's hideouts. Well, I guess we'll just have to put that on the back burner for now until more clues show up. Either way, with the Mafia out of the way, I want my offices to start going back to normal. I've still got my fair share of work left, but I want each of you to think about whether or not it's time to call it quits here. Oh. Heh. Van? Of course, the primary objective of my transfer has now been completed. Well, I still have things I want to do in the capital. Hold on a second, I'm not even your employee! Yeah, that question obviously wasn't directed at you. That means you're finally ready to pack it up and go home? Well, you know, the paparazzi still suck, and the food here is really good. Not that I can relate, but shouldn't they be losing interest in that story soon enough? Yeah, we finished Chapter 5 last stream. I killed your waifu. Just so you know. I didn't actually kill your waifu. Your waifu killed herself. I couldn't stop her. I wanted my 6 chaos points. Yep. We've won. We're celebrating. It's time for a festival. I'm sure Nina's worried about you. You don't have to go back to your parents' place or anything, but you can go back to your own apartment by now, can't you? I know! What are you, my dad? Well, maybe you should consult with your apartment's manager about it. Hey, Anya's, you're not exempt here, you know? Huh? Give it a month or so, and everything behind the scenes with Armada we've been dealing with will settle down. Aside from if I get any more contract work, I really won't need to go to the trouble of having a bunch of paid helpers. Van? But... I'll keep up the search for the last 2 Genesis, but I'll be doing that between other jobs. Basically, it'll be fine for you to just come by to help when things get extra busy. Besides, isn't the student council supposed to be super busy next month? Oh, you mean... What's happening? Is there gonna be some major event at Aramis? Gerard's origins were interesting, to say the least. Hey, Alara, welcome to the stream. I was like, oh, he's the descendant of the king. That's why he wants to... What? No, he doesn't want to do it for that? He just wants to be a terrorist? Well, shit. Dope. Yeah, with monarchs like that, there's kind of a reason why, you know, democracy works. I won't say democracy is the ideal system or anything, but it's definitely better than a system where people don't have any choice in who rules them. Anyway. Now, there's no need to be in such a hurry. I'm sure you'll still be busy dealing with the cleanup here in Edith for a while, won't you? I plan to help out at least until everything's completely resolved. Doesn't hurt to have a few extra hands on deck. You're right about that, Master. Still, I want you all to give it some thought. For now, I'm sure we'll have our hands full with Revolution Day just around the corner. And I haven't touched any Spriggan requests in the capital for a while. Go get some breakfast and get ready to come give me a hand. Exactly, and I think that's what you need. You basically need a system where an autocrat can take power, but if it defies the people's will, you know, the people can exert their will. Which is why, you know, checks and balances are a good system and all, but, you know, the most important check is the one between the people and the politicians. That's why most of our democracies don't actually work. But, no. I don't want to get into poli-sci talk. Finale. For the day you come home. Be back for 10:30. Agnes, you got plans? Yeah, there are a few things I want to take care of. Oh, right. It should have just finished installing. Oh, Kitty Engine version 3.62 was just released last night, yes? I'll be heading out for now. We shall reconvene in an hour. Man, I can't believe Ren's got her own search engine. Seriously, you couldn't kill the former Jaeger dude who killed his dad? Nah, dude, I wanted to punish him. I wanted to keep him alive. I was just like, hey, you know what? You get to suffer for your sins. While I feel like Olympia could no longer live with the weight of the thing she did. So, I was like, yeah, you know what? You can be free from your suffering. Bye-bye. As for Viola, I just did not give a shit about her pity party. I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Go. You can die. Also, she was about to kill me, so, you know, that's kind of bad. Kind of bad. It's like, oh yeah, she's pointing a gun at me. Self-defense. Self-defense. Why don't we kill Ren if that's the case? Because Ren wasn't coming at me with a scythe in my face, you know? Also, Ren was an 11-year-old girl. Like, I'm not killing a child. That's a crime. Killing adults are crimes too. Shut up. Don't worry about it. Anyway. That's right. There is an update. Ren sure is smart. She went all out helping Agnes and Elaine back in Arashian too. At least for now, I think we've come to terms with things. Yeah, what is it? State your request already. Viola mentioned Shara, but I don't think they know each other. I think she's just like, damn, she's from the Middle East and she got a fucking prince? God, I'm so fucking mad. I'm gonna go commit war crimes. There's nothing weird about her recently. But there are still way too many mysteries surrounding Grendel. That's got nothing to do with these guys. Not even Agnes. No. This is wrong. This isn't me. I'm saying this isn't me. As I thought. I found you. With this, my objective is complete. Oh man, you're still gonna harp on me for that, aren't you? You're never gonna let me live that down. I wanted those sick chaos points. Was she though? I don't know. She looked like she was in her 20s. I mean, she was definitely at a strip club, so I hope she's not a kid. It was a mercy to let her die. When she started, yes. But I mean, she was a member of Garden. Like, she's done so much. Like, Her choice to kill herself was her own choice. We shouldn't have stopped her. The Jaeger nearly killed Aaron, by the way. It's okay, who hasn't killed Aaron? Who hasn't tried to kill Aaron at this point? I'm sure Agnes has stared him down so hard that he nearly died. Viola nearly killed Agnes, not you. Yeah, she made her puppet go crazy, and her thing went like... Blup. Anyway, Master's got a point. Maybe that was a bit too sudden. I've still got some time before we meet up, so I guess I should go check up on things. Feb will absolutely spare every waifu. Knowing him... Anyway, let's talk to Rosette here. But you didn't even try! Looks like she's filling out some stuff for Marduk. Probably still cleaning up the aftermath of Armada's defeat. Well, we've still got some time left, so I won't bother her. Oh? Master Van? Until you fix this in New Game Plus. My bad. Didn't mean to interrupt. I'm not commissioning a fanfic for a dead lady. I like how Logic was just like, okay, let's just kill her. Yeah, like, no, just kill her. You know, I had to think about the other choices, but like Viola, nah, totally deserved it. 100%. Things around Armada have finally started to settle down, right? Yes. We've almost finished dealing with their associates, all of their back-end routes, and their few remaining dummy corporations. However, Marduk believes that we've just about finished decontaminating our area of operations. Oh, sorry. Though I must say, I was fairly surprised to learn just how far outside the Republic their connections spread. Marduk believes we've just about finished decontaminating our area of operations. I bet that big old chief of security has been putting in his fair share of the work. Look, the reason why I left the Jaeger alive is so that he can live in guilt. He wanted to die on the battlefield and I didn't want to give him what he wanted. Is that petty? Yes. Does he deserve nothing but pettiness? Abso-fucking-lutely. Well, I bet that big old chief of security's been putting in his fair share of the work. Meanwhile, I'm sure Thorndyke's just hoping to look good while dealing with all this so he can bump up his stock prices. Yeah, that sounds about right. With the war in Erebonia, and the Babel incident happening one after another, it really feels like time is speeding up here in Zemuria. Thanks to new technologies such as Zypha and the assault frames, it seems that we might be catching up. However, I believe a company like Marduk will need to continue to expand in the future. It's like the whole world's on course towards the same thing. That means you're thinking of what comes next too, aren't you? I'm but a humble service concierge. Nothing more, nothing less. At present, my top priority is to support you in the operation of the stun caliber, mare, and whatever else you might need. I could switch to remote backup as in the past, but I believe that would greatly diminish my efficacy. Yeah, for sure. But also, she was about to kill me, so I acted in justified self-defense. If you give Ren a break, you can't be a hypocrite with Viola? Sure you can. Human nature is, by and large, hypocritical. No, her gun was pointed right at Van. So if Van tried to dodge it, Agnes would have would have taken the shot, so he couldn't dodge it. And also, nearly killing Agnes is worse, so, yeah. That's so. Though, I can't imagine why Marduk would be that interested in me. Either way, you just do as you please. We're on equal terms on this contract, remember? There'll be no need for you to always have to focus on your stuff from my office come January, alright? I'm sure you've got all sorts of other business you can attend to here in the capital. Yes, that is certainly true. I suppose I could begin to split my workload a bit more. It's just that... Huh? What's up? No, it's nothing. Either way, it's possible that I will be unable to aid you for a while come January anyway. My body will need to undergo its annual maintenance around then. Oh, I didn't know. Depending on how the maintenance goes and the status of my projects, I may have to return to my original workspace. Should that happen, I will indeed have to support you remotely, but I assure you that... Wait just a second. Your original workspace? You don't mean... Are you really okay with that? You have likely already discerned how I was before I received this body. Are you concerned about how that will impact my work? No. I suppose that's a question that must be asked. No, it's got nothing to do with that, it's just... Please don't misunderstand. You must realize that Marduk is actually quite rational and fair, in a certain sense. So long as I continue to provide value to them, they will continue to allow me to use this body. In a way, we are equal partners in our contract. There may even come a day where I can buy this body for myself. Huh? So that's how it works? Still, a cutting-edge artificial body? I can't even imagine how much that's going to cost you. At present, my salary is rather high, so I believe I could afford it given a few years. Regardless, for now I'm rather content with working on transfer for them, given all of the benefits and options it provides. I'll discuss all the stuff that's happening in the chat once I'm done with this scene. As long as you're happy, I guess. You know, just for reference, how much is your salary anyway? Salaries are considered confidential, and thus I cannot disclose the exact figure, but... I believe I make about enough that I could afford an entry-level ETWS sedan. So you make enough mirror to get yourself a nice second-hand condo out in the suburbs? Damn. Rosette's been making bank this whole time, and she hasn't given us any of it. So from what I'm guessing, she's an AI. She's an AI with an artificial body that she's using. And this artificial body is probably from all the stuff, with the simulacrum and Babel and all that crazy shit Elysium was doing. Yeah. I don't know about full AI, but, she definitely seems like, her regular body might be like comatose or like synthetic or something of that nature. I can't quite explain, but the fact that she would need to go back to her original workplace makes me think that her consciousness can be downloaded. I'm not really sure. They still have not explained any of that to me. Also, if you're wondering why my camera keeps doing that, it is because my right stick is kind of drifting. And I hate it. I might need to get a new controller. Anyway, Ariok, the East. Thoughts? I think it was pretty cool that, you know, we have characters from the East. We get tie-ins to future stuff that I'm sure they're gonna hit. And it's just like, oh yeah, he's been wandering around for over 100 years because he's a fucking immortal. And, yeah, that's crazy. I like that shit. I like the fact that, you know, these artifacts are, like, cursed and haunted and evil and shit. It's very fitting. Anyway, we can talk to Rosette again. This is actually the first time I've ever told anyone what I've been saving for. I do not know how I'll conduct my work after my maintenance next month, but personally, I believe continuing my transfer as it is now a rather appealing option. Yeah, he's an immigrant from West Zemuria, went east, was part of their security, and then he's just like, oh yeah, surprise, I've actually been part of this empire, and I'm evil as shit, and it's great. Anyway, we can see her grandmother, Dominique Randstar, and I guess that must be her mother in that movie poster. It could be her, but it's always hard to tell. Yeah, no, I was interested. It's like, okay, cool, so there was like a giant empire there back in the day, and it's not anymore. He wasn't evil, I mean, sure, personally, but after, you know, committing 100 years of murder, don't you just become evil? So does that mean you're finally coming home, Judith? Yes. I know I kept you worrying over there. Alright, so the fact that Nina's alive means that my crazy idea that Nina and Olympia were the same person is not the case. I don't even know why I thought it would be. It just seemed like, oh yeah, this is just her undercover act. It's like, no, it doesn't work like that. I was like, hey, maybe because she doesn't have a sense of self and like Olympia has no emotions, or maybe they're the same person. I was just like, no, that was a dumb crack theory you had, and obviously it doesn't work. Yeah, I know I kept you worrying over there. It seems like Buzz's radar's finally given up. It's been a real pain dealing with them these past few weeks. Oh? Sorry, didn't mean to intrude. Not at all. I should be thanking you for taking such good care of Judith, Mr. Arkride. Send my regards to everyone at the bistro as well. Hey, I'm the one helping out with his work. Why are you thanking him? I still think Nina's sus. I'm just not sure what role she serves now. I bet she's gonna be like Graham Hart's #2 somehow. Or like, haha, surprise, I'm actually the Moonlight Butterfly. If you don't NG plus her back alive before Kuro 2, so help me. Maybe I'll just do like a 10-minute stream of me just like, okay, here's what happens when you spare Olympia. Weren't you the one who put herself in danger and forced him to take you along with him? I don't know what happened over there, but I'm glad he brought you back in one piece. As someone who actually cares about your safety and respects you, it's only natural that I'd be thanking him. You say you respect me, huh? I mean, well, yes, it's only natural that you'd be worried. She's a real dumbass, huh? Or maybe Nina's just too good at pushing her buttons. Seriously, she's become such a real brat. I wonder if that actually gets imported in the save data. We'll just have to find out when Kuro 2 actually releases. I remember how pure and cute she was back when she first debuted. That was around 3 years ago or so, right? I've got no clue if 15 is young or old for a debut, though. It's pretty average, I'd say. I was only 14 when I started. That said, a lot of actors start off when they're little kids, so maybe we're a bit out of the ordinary in that regard. But one way or another, it only took her 3 years to wind up at the top. I've seen a few of her films, but her style seems completely different from yours. You're kind of an all-rounder, while she really seems to excel at roles that are completely different from her actual personality. It's almost like she's been possessed by the character. Oh, you know your stuff. I have to agree with you there. She was pretty good in Requiem for the Wolves. But honestly, it was watching her in Gloria that really amazed me. Oh yeah, when she played Sheena Dirk. Yeah, watching her up on the big screen, I almost forgot she was from the East, and not just Sheena herself. It's a real pain, you know. Someone 4 years younger than I am giving me such a run for my money. But hey, I don't plan to lose anytime soon. I can't lie, I honestly think your tenacity when it comes to this whole deal is pretty incredible. It's just a shame about the whole... Who are you saying should be ashamed? Because I think you know who should be feeling ashamed right now. That was a dirty stunt you pulled this morning, don't you think? Oh. Either way, with the Mafia out of the way, I want my office to start going back to normal. She deserved a chance. Yeah. Too bad I wasn't gonna give it to her. I want you each to think about whether or not it's time to call it quits here. I guess you're right. Oh, you can be honest. In that case... But you wouldn't want anyone getting involved in your side job, would you? Well, of course not. It's something my mom and my grandma passed down to me. Dirty work, but necessary for... Oh. Now I get it. Damn it, I tried. I'm not sure what it is, but you've got something similar, don't you? Something you don't want others... No. Something you can't let other people get involved in. Alright, look, we're both weirdos that are stuck going around doing transformation sequences. Let's at least cut each other some slack, alright? Oh, but it kinda gets in the way of my style if we're fighting the same villains, so... Maybe you should find a new place for your second apartment, alright? It happens occasionally. I was hoping to keep renting out this room, though. Well, my new film's coming out and everything, so I'll be back to my own apartment by Revolution Day. I guess I should tell Mama and Grandma about everything that happened before then. Oh, excuse me. Either way, I'm doing just fine. I get why you need to draw some lines in your private life, but I really think you should pay some more thought about how all those kids you got working for you feel about it. Yep. Alright, let's talk to Avron. Hey, is that Ellie? Well, I'm glad you're able to be as nonchalant as ever. Not a bad trait to have at a time like this. What? You mean after that shit you said to the kiddos? You should have gone and said it if you knew you were gonna get all worked up. Or, you shouldn't have gone and said it if you knew you were gonna get all worked up about it afterwards. You've got all the makings of a frickin' middle-aged dad, I tell you. Not your damn dad! And don't act like it's just something I said to the kids. Ignore it as much as you want. It was directed at you, too. Your home's over in Langport, isn't it? I'm sure you want to go back sooner rather than later. Of course, I was born and raised there. It's always been my home, and it always will be. But still, crawling back after just 3 months in the capital? Talk about lame. I'm not planning to go back to Langport yet. Not without a good reason. I'd rather go poke my head around in Crossbell or the Empire first. Honestly, that might be pretty fun. Of course, I could go east instead. Yeah, it kind of is like the dorm visits and in Cold Steel and also Zero and Asher. I hope Lloyd arrests you if you go to Crossbell. Yeah, he's a menace. just stick him in jail. I guess I can get that. Hey, quit it with the heartfelt eyes. You're creeping me out. Look, point is, so long as I am an Edith, where's the harm in me helping out around here? Plus, if the place I went back to, just an old bastard like you running it, I don't think it'd be too great for PR. Not to mention how dreary that shit would be. Alright, stop looking down on me, you little shit. Whatever. More importantly, have you been feeling anything strange from him recently? What, you talking about that bastard tycoon? Not really. Gramps said all that stuff about reincarnation and whatever, but I still feel like me. I'll keep carving my own path forward. I'm not gonna be strapped down and let people talk to me like some dumb antique. Oh, good to hear. You're still the same cocky little shit I met back in Langport. Huh? Seriously, dude, you're creeping me out. Anyway, just let me enjoy the rest of my free time, alright? Oh, actually, if you wait a tiny bit longer, I was just about to slip on over to a pretty nice hangout spot. Wanna come along? We don't have time for that right now. What the hell are you planning to do at 10 in the morning? Hey, it's fine, you know. You can just be possessed by things. It happens all the time in Trails. You just gotta play it cool. Seriously, you can go be a busybody all you want, just leave me out of it. Shouldn't you be wasting your time on the kids instead of me? Take all the time you need on them. I don't care. Like I said, I'm going out for a bit. Oh, Aaron. Never change. And by that I mean, probably change. Hopefully for the better. We're gonna talk to Barry first. Are those history textbooks? Middle Eastern and Western, right? Yes, they are. Agnes gave me the Western one. She said they were the same edition or something? But the topics and opinions expressed in them seem to vary quite a bit. It's been very informative looking both of them over. There's still so much I don't know. Yeah, it's like, how dare you steal my keys, Fairy? Hey, you got a real passion for knowledge, kid. If you're interested, Far Eastern textbooks are probably even more different. Actually, Aaron promised to lend me one of his old ones later. I spent my whole life cooped up in the village, only going out for the occasional campaign. But the world's really just as wide as Ida always told me it was. It's impossible to really understand the full scope of it just from studying. Of course. Look, I'm not here to apologize, but that might have been a bit too out of line this morning. No, not at all. Armada's been destroyed, and I finally got revenge for Ida. Abu even said he's ready to overlook a bit of our punishment a bit now. And it's been too long since I've seen my Umi, or Lana, or Camille. Of course, I've also got pretty used to going to Sunday school every week and living here in Calvard. And more than anything, I just don't want to think about leaving you and Agnes and the others. Right. Well, it's still a good ways off. And besides, even if you do go back home, I'm sure we'll meet again in good time. You want to become a full-fledged warrior on your own, right? Then there's no room for you to waver. Right. That said, I do think there's a road open to you that doesn't involve always carrying around a sword. Or maybe one where you do, but more along the lines of Sylphid instead. Huh? You mean I could travel with Fee? Well, no, I don't really mean to tell you to join the guild. Though I guess I can't recommend that you go get a job like your brothers either. Well, I agree with you on that. But I could become a bracer? I've never really considered it before. Please, I need some more time to think about it. Hey, there's no need for you to rush into any decisions. For today, just wrap up your studies and get ready to head out. Understood. Aw, Fairy. So I guess I do have options besides just returning home and becoming a warrior. I hadn't really thought about it all before this, so my thoughts are all scattered. I'll calm down and give it some more thought later. Thank you, Van. Yeah, Fairy could do a lot of things. She doesn't have to just be a Jaeger. And I think this whole excursion's been good for her to realize that. After all, her big bro Kasim became a security consultant. Yeah. Welcome, Van. Huh? Is it already time to go? Oh, there's no rush. It's unrelated, but Theo's still really impressive. His speech is more fragmented than any of the holocores I've got, but you're actually able to converse with him. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, it's not like he has free will or anything, but it's almost like he's got some sense of self to him. Zeros is the same. I think they're on a similar level to those combat shells they use over in Erebonia. I'm sure someday we'll have AI on the level of Mare when she gets like that. But I don't know if that's possible with modern technology. It's pretty wild to think about. Do you think Hamilton and Cronkite could pull it off? I think it'd be tough even for them. It'd have to be a breakthrough on the level of a singularity. But of course, there was a proof of concept 2 years ago. It was all kept under wraps, but I'm sure you've heard about it. How didn't they get leaked? I mean, Altina and Milliam are about as useful spies as, like, nipples on a breastplate. Yeah, I've heard rumors about it. So I guess this means you already know where you're going in the future? Researching orbital drones, or maybe even going beyond that. Well, for starters, I think I'm fine just helping out the professor. I need to start by continuing to improve this little guy. I can't let him fall by the wayside. Of course, I want to try and get as many perspectives as possible, so I'll continue my research here. You mean... Basil might have better equipment, but the net's way faster here. Plus, I can always watch university lectures remotely, so there's really no downside to being here like I thought there'd be. And I also want to help out with that next-gen network project that's been starting up around the capital. And I want to keep learning more about the Epstein Foundation, ZCF, and Reinford's new technologies. I see. Looks like the little kid obsessed with protecting his grandma's house is really coming into his own. Hell, at this rate, I'm sure you would have been just fine if we bathed together in Longlai. Don't start turning into Aaron out of nowhere, okay? My bad. That just sort of slipped out. Anyway, it looks like you've really got your footing here in Edith. I guess it wouldn't be half bad for you to keep using this place as your base of operations. Best of all, if you start neglecting your health, I'm sure Paulette will be right there to get on your case. That doesn't sound too bad. But still, would you really be fine with me staying here and not helping you out after December? I know we destroyed Armada, but the last 2 Genesis are still out there somewhere. There's all those questions around Mare and Grendel, everything with Marduk, and all the other small things that have popped up recently, right? I also really want to know what happened to Yang, what Professor Cronkite and the President are up to, naturally. Yeah, of course. But if I need anything, you'll be right upstairs. And in exchange, you can ask me for anything you want. I've got plenty of contacts. I'm sure I could tell you what color Yan's boxers are if you really wanted to know. Are you kidding me? Hey, wait, don't start head-patting me when my guard's down. Gatra, your complexion is turning red. Oh, crap, are you sick? Let's see here. My temperature is just fine! Aw, kiddo. Head pats, his one weakness. In any case, there's no need to hold back if you ever need help with work. Doing Spriggan stuff's really taught me a lot about how the world works, so it helps me out too. I'll do what I can as your on-site researcher. Gatra seems to be enjoying himself. I will continue to lend him my support. I need you to answer the question of your biology at some point, Gatra. Just for clarity. Alright, let's talk to Agnes. Oh, here you are, Agnes. Yeah, I had something I wanted to do before we left. Have you finished your preparations yet? Not quite. That said, I wouldn't really call what I'm doing right now preparations, but, you know. There's still time before we need to go, so don't rush yourself. Understood. Nonetheless, I'll get to my errands at once. Looks like she's arranging something. Oh well, I'll let her wrap up her errands, and I'll wrap up mine. The weather's so nice today. The sunshine's warm, the sky's clear. It's been so long since we've gone out on patrol. Let's really give it our all today. Anyway, Foxy Grandpa's just chilling. He's got a cigar and he's listening to music. Attaboy. Well, you're sure enjoying yourself, Master. This old bag of bones has come back from death once already. Let me have my fun. There was a lot of stuff I couldn't do in my past life, and I'm finding myself enjoying a lot of it more than I had anticipated. Yeah, no kidding. This is what would happen to Randy in 40 years. I got some pretty good ideas from all those magazines I used to see you reading, you know? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not allowed to use me as an excuse for your new vices, alright? If you do, I think some of your other disciples are gonna have my head. Must love to hear a former priest say these kind of things. Exactly. So, putting your new hobbies aside, that Oscalod guy was surprisingly cooperative. He's a better man than I think you give him credit for. He can see the big picture and he does what needs to be done. The Papal Guard more or less trusts me, so I don't think I have too much to worry about. Except, of course, their Commander-in-Chief, right? You said he's in charge of the Papal Guard's roughly 30,000 normal troops on top of Iscariot, right? Right. However, the current commander took his post after my departure from the church, so I've never worked with him directly. His identity is being kept top secret by the Congregation for Divine Worship, who have more sway than the Papal Guard. There are probably only a handful of people who know his true identity. I'd say a couple hundred elite members of the Papal Guard who work for him directly, the Congregation for the Divine Worship's Cardinal, the commander of the Gralsritter, and of course the Pope himself. I have no doubt in my mind that the Congregation's saving him as their trump card. Well, nobody knows who he is, but I have a sneaking suspicion he's been in the church for a while. My also immediate dumb thought is, surprise, it's Elroy Harwood this entire time. The Thousand Oathbreaker was just like, yeah, I thought I'd infiltrate the church, sounds like fun. Nobody knows it's me. The fourth Anguis of Ouroboros. I mean, to be fair, a couple hundred people know who he is, apparently. They just, you know, we've never met any of them. Wait, so why is a guy like that... Could he be after the Genesis? No, that'd fall under the Gralsritter jurisdiction. If anything... Wait, why do I always end up talking about this crap? I picked up way more info about the underworld than I'd have ever liked to. I'm in over my head here. You're far past the point of no return now. Like it or not, all of your helpers and your childhood friends are wrapped up in this stuff, both publicly and behind the scenes. You just pass on orders to, you know, the people who do have all the respect. It's easy. Like the shadowy hand that reaches into your pocket and steals your wallet. The better connected you are, the better it is for you at this point. Am I wrong? A man is only a man when he's among others. Whether those ties are for better or for worse, that still holds true. You've learned that pretty well over these past 5 years, haven't you? Still, I'm not... Look, Master, you're not wrong, but people don't change overnight. I appreciate all of your help back in Arashian, but there's still a lot of work to be done to clean up after the Mafia. I'd consider myself real lucky if you'd be willing to help me out for that for just a bit longer. So, will you keep entertaining my youthful whims and letting me kick back for a while more? I know you won't accept any payment, but how about... I'll think about something stylish to get you. Something to match that jacket of yours that I can get you as a token of my gratitude. Anyway, we've still got half an hour before meeting time. Take it easy, Master. Some things will never go away, no matter how many times you try to look away from them. But it's up to you whether you'll keep ignoring them, or finally recognize them. Van. That doesn't sound any more reassuring. Nah, shadowy leaders tend to not be very reassuring. I've already told you all I wish to. Now it's simply up to you to re-examine yourself. Well, I'll be here enjoying my biker magazines until it's time to leave. They're pretty good material for when I want ideas for fun touring courses with nice sights. Oh, man. Anyway, Zeros is just taking a nap here. Grrr. Sleeping? No, I guess he'd just be in standby mode. Whatever. I guess I can leave him be for now. Alright. To the basement. After we knock people's doors open. Oh. I was going to just go around and out, but I guess this works too. Also, fuck. My freaking spinny camera. My drifting joystick is causing me issues. Oh, you're back, Van. Didn't you already eat breakfast? What, still not full? Sorry, but the morning shift's already over. No, I'm good. I'm not some growing kid who eats everything in sight. I'm just killing a bit of time before we head off to work. Oh, alright then. As long as everyone's back here safe and sound. Right. Can't say I love how noisy it's gotten here, but now I have a hard time relaxing when things are too quiet. And now I find myself hoping those same old faces from Krail will come in right through the front door. Oh, that's right. You guys knew some people from Krail, didn't you? Yes, we got a lot of our stock from them. We'll be there for the memorial service. Should be a good chance to put ourselves at ease. Right. Well, I don't have any business trips planned for a while, so things will be staying nice and noisy here for a good bit longer. Though now that we've taken care of the big bad, we may be saying bye to some of the kids soon enough. I wonder about that. That's hard to even imagine. In other news, is that hotshot been dropping by recently? Yes, he actually paid a visit just yesterday. Oh, is he doing well? Good question. At least he seemed to enjoy the food. I'm more wondering about whether or not the guy has any chance. Look, quit glaring at me! Are you talking about Mr. Maxim? That guy's really lame, but he's pretty funny. Doesn't look like he's been earning himself any paternal respect either. You got work yet, kid? Seems to me like you're really enjoying yourself. It's almost noon. Get off your ass already, damn it! Guess someone's in a bad mood. Either way, I'll be heading out soon enough. I'm just happy you all made it back safely. Yume was saying she wants to spend some more time with you again soon. Can I count on you for that? You sure can, Paulette. Alright, Yume's hiding somewhere. There she is. You talking about Mr. Maxim? That guy's really lame, but he's kind of funny. Hey, Squirt, you probably shouldn't say that to his face, alright? Alright. We just got one more thing to check. I guess it's on the roof. Yep. Man, Maxim just gets dunked on so hard. Huh. Alright, that should be just right. Oh, Fan, is it already time to leave? Nah, take your time. We've still got a few minutes left. Gotta hand it to Professor Hamilton. This guy really acts just like a real dog. Well, I don't think he's sunbathing just for show. Apparently, he has a function that allows him to convert sunlight into orbital energy. Oh, yeah. That sounds like the sort of stuff Hamilton would be really interested in. You've gotten really used to this place in the past 3 months, haven't you? But you've got the festival coming up. I'm pretty sure you'll be busy with all your student council stuff, right? That's right. Honestly, I'm starting to really feel the pressure. Aramis hosts its academic festival every year at the end of April. This year's was right after I enrolled, but I decided to go. It lasted 3 days, but I'm still not sure if I saw everything it had to offer. It's hard to believe that the whole thing was planned, organized, and run just by the students. I'm well aware. It's one of the hallmarks of spring here in Edith. All sorts of people come to check it out. And I'm sure with Kitty leading the charge, this year's gonna be something real special. Honestly, Odette, Albert, and I are all terrified about what she has in store. I've been meaning to ask you, but you're an alumnus, aren't you? Elaine and Mr. Kincaid are too, I assume. Oh. Well, I dropped out after 2 years there. But you're right. Elaine and I were in the same grade, and Rune was our senior by a year. Rune just had to go and become the student council president. Of course he did. So Elaine and I, as his childhood friends, wound up stuck helping him from the time we were first years. The vice president, another second year, ended up going abroad, so Elaine took his place. And so we got dragged around by that damn Four Eyes, and the three of us ended up planning and facilitating the whole festival. That sounds like it would have been interesting to see. I'm sure if you were in charge of planning, the events that year would have been quite something. Oh, the whistling. And I can just imagine Elaine scolding you now. Though I'm sure Mr. Kincaid thought whatever you came up with was actually pretty interesting. It's like you're looking right into the past. You know, our after-party was actually my first time drinking. It was some good stuff. Even being the sweet tooth I am, I couldn't help but enjoy it. Huh. So, you were going gray even back in high school. Not like gray hair, but like, gray morally. After the academic festival would have been the student council election in May, right? So, Elaine became the new president? And you dropped out shortly after. Ugh. You just left one day without a word to them, not even saying where you were going. It was something like that, right? Damn, kid. I'm not really in love with how this conversation took a turn. Well, I'm just guessing based on what happened, they said, and Aramis' schedule. I've really been sharpening up these past 3 months, you know? I was far too withdrawn, hardly able to step forward on my own. Just some child who couldn't even bring herself to say what she wanted to the only family she had left. But now, I think I've really been able to come out of my shell and express myself. And it's all thanks to everyone. No, it's all thanks to you, Van. Oh. I stand corrected. It's not that I don't love the direction this conversation went. I frickin' hate it. You're gonna end up better at pushing people around than Ren is at this rate. Come on now, I'm still a long ways off from that. Besides, it's not that I want to push anyone around, as much as I wish a certain someone would take notice of me. Aw, nice try, Agnes. You okay? Oh yes, I was just thinking I've still got a long way to go. Huh? So, you've messaged him a bit since you've gotten back from Arashian? Yeah, though I can't say I'm used to it yet. Plus, there'll be a memorial service and more on Revolution Day this year. Naturally, my father's rather busy with all that. But we agreed to meet in person once all the festivities were wrapped up. I see. Well, hey, just being able to meet your father is better than what most people have got right now. Right. I really do feel bad for Elaine. It's not as if she can easily forgive him, but even after all her worrying, she was able to make the right decision and face her own family head-on. With or without being an A-rank bracer, she really earned everyone's respect. But I'm sure someone as amazing as her will still have a lot to deal with going forward. I think it's your duty to follow up with her and do what you can to support her. I don't want to push all that on you, though. Mr. Kincaid and everyone from the guild and all of her other friends need to be there for her, too. I mean, sure, I was planning to do that much from the get-go. I know I can't really make up for what I did 7 years ago. There's still stuff only I can do for her, yeah? Sounds like she's still busy in the wake of it all and hasn't been able to come back to Edith yet, though. What, is that still not good enough? Not at all. I'm sure Elaine would be relieved to hear that, wouldn't she? Yeah? I've got no frickin' clue how to handle teenage girls. But hey. What? What's so funny? Huh. We catching some freaky flirting going on up here? What are you all doing? Oh, it's time to leave, isn't it? Can it, Aaron? We weren't doing anything like that. I can't help but wonder. Did you hear anything interesting, Zeros? Woof. Come on, you too, Katra? We were just chatting is all. Seems like things have settled down. Of course. Ignoring what comes later, are we prepared to begin our work for today? Sure are. And look, I'm sorry about what I said earlier, okay? Van? You really pushed your limits this time. Now, go easy on him. Old folk like him have a hard time reading the room, you know? Aaron? How many times do I need to tell you that I'm only 24? This again? Damn it all. Alright everyone, let's go check out our Spriggan request for today already. We've got a bit of a holiday in 3 days, plus we're still dealing with all the fallout from the Mafia. It's only 10:30. We got plenty of time and we've got all hands on deck. Time to start our rounds. You bet. Let's get to work, everyone. Agnes, Aaron, and Fairy have joined the party. You can choose 2 additional members to come with you. So, there's a quest that requires Burgard, apparently, so I guess I'll be taking Burgard in one of my slots. And for my second slot, Text Capper chose Judith and Katra. Well, it's much later than that over here, so I'll leave you with that. May Olympia haunt your dreams. Oh, I assure you she won't. I felt nothing. Just like she did. Ha ha ha. Have a good night, Crimson. Alright, we'll pick Judith as our second slot. Why not? Monster. I know, right? Revolution Day is only 3 days away. We've really got to get our hands full getting ready. I need to order ingredients so we can test our special dishes, manage our neighbors' reservations. We're so busy, but we just gotta get done with things, I suppose. Theo will help too, initiating chore assistance protocol. Well, I'm sure Theo will be a big help. Of course, we'll do what we can during our time off too. Let's make this festival a good one. Thank you. I'll be counting on you, Agnes. You can look forward to some meals on the house in exchange. Jeez, it's gonna get noisy around here. Our special menu for Revolution Day is the talk of Old Town every year. Can't start slacking this year. Come home early today. I've got a few dishes I want you all to try. Whoa, for real? Now I'm really excited. Kids as easy to win over as ever. At least tell me you have some nice booze and snacks to go with it, yeah? You get to work now! Though if I had to guess, he probably does have something he could make on mind. Aaron's down here getting drunk almost every night. I guess old Victor's gotten too used to it. Can't let the neighbors down by slacking off on the Revolution Day menu. You kids get home early so you can try out some of the new dishes I'm working on. It's a treat, so you'd better not slack off, got it? Alright, Dr. Robinson here. Hawker's been busy since everything that happened. He was too busy to even come meet me for lunch. Even though the Mafia's been taken care of, the insurance company he works for is still busy. I bet his work will calm down by Revolution Day. If not, I bet his son and my kids will all give him a real telling off. Alright, so Rosette's in the office, let's talk to her. I'm sure all the government offices will be very busy on Revolution Day itself. That's why I decided I should organize all of our paperwork and submit it before then. You can leave all of that to me, so be careful out there today. Net traffic's been really high lately, probably because of Revolution Day coming up. Although I guess that's because they started testing a new standard for long-distance wireless communications, so maybe that's got something to do with it. Either way, I'll make sure to adjust our network settings so it won't have any impact on the office's work. On another note, Theo and Zeros' activity records have been getting weird lately. They've been picking up some really unexpected data from communicating with real animals. I'm looking forward to seeing just what comes of it. Alright, and let's hit the radio before we go. And now for today's news. Greetings everyone. Today's topic is a report from the Terrell Times. President Gramhart announced the other day that this year's Revolution Day will include both a memorial service as well as a new reveal of the military's latest technology. The announcement has received attention not just throughout Calvard, but internationally. This year's Revolution Day is sure to be even more lively than usual. Up next, today's weather report. Here we'll be telling you about the weather throughout Calvard. Fortunately for people hoping to enjoy Revolution Day, the weather as the year draws to a close seems that will be mostly clear. We pray that the weather will continue to be clear, so that as many people as possible can enjoy the festivities. Thank you for listening. And now for today's traffic report. The Calvard Road and Traffic Information Center is here to provide you with necessary traffic updates. Travel towards Edith nationwide has been on an uptick as we approach the day of the Revolution Festival. The entire national highway system is quite crowded. On the day of the festival, there will be traffic restrictions in place around Untitled District, so please keep that in mind as you make your plans. This has been today's traffic report. Ooh. Looks like Jin isn't here. Currently away. Don't think you can go taking stuff just because I'm not here. Oh, Miss Jin should be. Ah, today's the day, isn't it? We can probably find her at the church. This place might not be bad. Maybe we could get somewhere a bit more fancy. Hey, I'm not doing anything fishy. Seriously, don't go accusing me of crap. Kana visited us earlier. We got to talk for a bit. She's finally calmed down, and she's properly training with Sylvie now. I'm really happy for her. She's so strong. I want to go visit her and see how she's doing, but the outside's so scary. I just can't do it. Kinda such a strong, good girl. Compared to her, But really, the outside's too scary. I got a request to fix the lighting in a shop over in the 10th district. Then I gotta get to the 2nd district by 2 to fix some air conditioning. It always gets so busy around this time of year. Man, the New Year's season sucks. At least my sister's helping make some preparations for Revolution Day, but she's still too terrified to deal with people. Maybe my hopes for her are too high. My sister's able to talk to someone if she's gotten used to them. Like you, of course. But she still panics whenever she has to deal with someone new. Okay, I didn't actually miss anything. Alright. So I got Hermes up to max level and she gave me an accessory. That accessory is... what? What accessory did I get? We can, find out from the Connect events. Bonding with Hermes. We get the White Globe. Speed plus 25, movement plus 5. No status effect things, but 25 speed is kinda nice. Alright, and as for Connect events, our options are Jack and Hal, Fee, Nina, Ren, and Yume. So, Yume and Ren will take up 2 of our slots. I'm gonna go with, I think I'll actually go with Nina for my 3rd one. And then, when I get the bonus point, I will go check on Fee. So, that's what I'll do. And I'm gonna actually just do these right now. Nope, that's not what I want. This is the one I want. After spending a while patrolling the city, Van and the gang decide to take a short break. The group splits up, each going to spend some free time by themselves. Damn, your back's doing worse than I thought. Guess these things happen with age. Don't push yourself too hard, alright? Break your back and you won't be giving Yume any more hugs. I'm not that weak yet. Grandpa, are you okay? Come on, Victor. It can't hurt to take the day off, can it? Don't be ridiculous. You think I can just take time off because of a little something like this? We've got reservations and all of our regulars are coming in. Not to mention I'll be spending all of today and tomorrow preparing. I'm in hot water if I don't get a special menu decided by Revolution Day. You sure you can't take some time off, Gramps? Mama and Yume will do her bestest. Oh, thanks, Yume. But just hearing you say that gives me the strength of 100. Oh, God, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. Oh, fuck. Oh, Yume, I didn't say the fuck word. Please, I'm sorry. Oh. Come on, man. You leave me no choice. I'm manning the galley for a bit. Got work to do, so I can't be here all day, but I think my cooking skills are up to the task. Of course, even a full day of work wouldn't pay back everything I owe you guys. I don't recall either of us having a debt to settle. But fine, I guess it'd be better to have a helping hand than not today. Only until the lunch rush is through, though. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're helping me out for free. I wouldn't expect anything less. I'll be ready for anything.
Please take good care of Grandpa, Van. I'll help serve the customers.
And so, Van began his first day manning Martmart's kitchen. Not like that. The cabbage needs to be thinner. Like this? No. Thinner. Like this? That's way too thin. Come on, mix it more gently. You said that it needs to be mixed enough that it won't burn, right? Enough that it won't burn, but gently. After that, go to the storage room and grab a sack of flour and a can of milk.
Keep it up, Van.
This scene's adorable, too. No matter how you slice it, mine's the clear winner. Hey, let's not hold an amateur to a pro's standards. Still, I don't think I did that bad, do you? Mine at least looks pretty, compared to yours. What'd you say? Don't go running your mouth now, punk. Oh yeah? Maybe we should do a little taste test. I heard you were having back troubles, but you sure seem up and at 'em, Victor. You two almost look like father and son now. Father and son, huh? Well, I've never had a dad, but I guess this is kind of what it's like, isn't it? If I had a punk like you for a son, I'd get you disowned before you know it. Oh, that's adorable. Afterwards, Van and Victor kept themselves busy, somehow surviving the midday rush of customers. Man, you don't go easy on your employees, do you, old man? I'm so tired, I doubt I could pick up anything heavier than my Zypha for the rest of the day.
I think it's still too early for you to be saying things like that, Van. Really, though, thanks for all your help. Here, this is on the house.
Sweet. Some food to cover my pay for the day? Don't mind if I do.
Dad seemed even more fired up about cooking this for you than he does normally.
Don't go making stuff up now, Paulette. Ah, man, that hits the spot. I can feel all the energy rushing back to me. I guess it's not too bad to have a son around, no matter how incompetent he is. Family comes in all shapes and sizes. Single parent, whether they're blood related, none of that really matters. There are hundreds of ways for people to be related. It's an honor. Especially when you've already got another candidate to become your son. He is not. He will never be. I will not allow it. What's the fuss? I never said who I was referring to.
Who was he referring to, indeed? Well then, I guess I'm your family too, Van. We'll be together forever and ever.
Well, Squirt, you probably shouldn't promise yourself to me that easily. Still, thanks a bunch, Yume. You'll regret the day you make my cute little Yume cry.
I think that's just his way of saying, I'm worried about you, so be careful out there.
Come on, Paulette, I told you to stop making stuff up. Don't worry, I getcha. Afterwards, Van, having taken a nice rest following the lunch rush, met back up with his helpers and returned to work. That was adorable. We got to hang out with the Mart family. I don't even care that that was not the best gamer choice because it didn't get me Jack and Hallie bonding points. And I already had maxed out points for them. It was just the right thing to do. Anyway, I'm going to make a save. And we'll handle the rest of these Connect events. So, next up is Ren. After spending a while patrolling the city, Van and the gang decided to take a short break. The group split up, each going to spend some free time by themselves.
So you're telling me you received summons from an anonymous sender requesting myself and the Spriggan?
It doesn't get much more suspicious than that. I doubt it's just a prank. What do you say? I can handle this on my own. There's no need for you to worry.
No, I'll help you out as well.
We only have a handful of acquaintances in common, after all. Perhaps this could be from...
Well then, what are the details of the request?
We need to collect a package that's been delivered to the capital via a secret route. Not only has it followed a complicated path into the capital, but it's under the lock of a surprisingly tough cipher, too. It'd be pretty tough for me to solve on my own, I admit.
Well, sounds like this is perfect. Sounds to me like the request involves both of our specialties. Please, allow me to accompany you.
Afterwards, the two of them worked to solve the cipher included in the Spriggan request, and gathered information from the Orbital Net and their contacts in the underworld to follow the clues. After a while, they found a briefcase that they believed to be their target.
I suppose this is it.
That sure was tough. Whoever hid this is real smart, at least. I can say that much for sure.
Indeed, it feels like we just barely managed to grab a hold of the line of inquiry that led us here. I'm sure most anyone but the two of us would have lost track of the case halfway.
Well, I guess that's probably what the sender wanted. Anyway, we should open it up. Van opened the briefcase and examined the contents. What's this supposed to be? Looks like normal writing supplies, and some painting supplies with it. None of this seems particularly out of the ordinary, and if anything, I'd say it's strange how normal the contents are. On top of that, there are letters addressed to the two of us. The sender's name isn't listed, but...
Yes, there can't be any mistaking it. It's from that old man.
Dear Ren, I'm sorry that it's coming 6 months late, but I want to start by congratulating you on getting into Aramis. It feels like just yesterday that you got accepted into Genus Royal Academy. How time flies. You've been writing brilliant theses since you were a little girl, and yet you're choosing once again to spend your time at a relatively normal educational institution. At first, you may have thought such an endeavor was a waste of time, but I'm sure by now that you've noticed. It's not just about education. There are some things you can only get from a place like that. I'm happy that you finally found a place to belong, a family, and many dear friends, but I believe spending some time away from them will be a good experience for you. As the man who once had you in my care, even if for but a brief while, I wish you the best of luck in all of your endeavors. P.S. Thanks for helping out those kids a year and a half ago. And for dealing with the pests that had infested my workshop. I wasn't really sure what to get you as a celebration gift, so I just picked something inoffensive. If you have no need for it, I take no offense to you throwing it away.
So he's congratulating me for getting into Aramis? Seriously. How could I ever throw away something from him? Oh, I swear. The only thing that old man isn't clumsy with is making dolls.
Well then, it looks like this letter's addressed to me. Dear Van Arkride, we've had our fair share of dealings in the past, but that's not what I'm writing to you about today. If I have one piece of advice I'd like to impart upon you, it's this. Never turn your eyes away from your own soul. Knowing you, I'm sure you're concerned about Ren as well. So please, take good care of her while she's with you.
That old man. He can be so much more overprotective than you'd think.
Well, he hasn't had the chance to meet you since you've grown up, has he? Can't say I blame him. Never turn my eyes away from my own soul.
Do you have any clue what that's supposed to mean?
No idea. I really can't piece it together. But I guess he's not looking at things quite the same way we are. Meister Jorg, old man's a real piece of work.
They say the man makes dolls so well that they have their own souls. Maybe thanks to that, he has a talent for seeing into people's souls. Or something of the sort. There's no harm in taking his advice to heart, is there?
You're right. Really gotta wonder what that old man's up to now, though.
Indeed, I don't know either. Maybe he returned to his workshop in Crossbell by now. Or perhaps he's found another hidden workshop, goddess knows where.
I guess old men just really love their secretive, vagrant lifestyles, don't they? My master was the same for a while.
Well, I'm happy that he decided to reach out to us for now. Thank you once again, Mr. Spriggan. I'll make sure to return the favor in good time.
I don't need any favors from kids, but thanks.
Well, well, you still intend to treat me like a child, do you? Personally, I think I've grown to quite the fine lady over the past few months. You remember how you helped me out all those years ago, don't you? Well, whenever you need it, I hope I can lend you a hand in the same way.
These kids are all growing up so fast, aren't they? Alright then. When that day comes, I'll be counting on you. Afterwards, Ren went her own way, taking the briefcase back to the dorm with her. Van joined up back with his employees and resumed the day's activities. Aw, that was cute. I like that. And Van got a little arts buff for his troubles. That was cute. Alright, one more to go, and I will be going with Nina. Because I should get a bonus one after doing the Spriggan requests, and I'll be doing Fee after that. After spending a while patrolling the city, Van and the gang decide to take a short break. The group splits up, each going to spend some free time by themselves.
This is who I really am. I'm the one you don't know. The one I don't want you to know. Therefore... No, that feels wrong. There's gotta be a better way.
Yo, why don't you take a little break?
Mr. Arkride? What brings you here?
Just got off a little consultation with Director Ram. Then, after I offered her a part in my next film, she got so into the role it was almost frightening. If possible, I'd like you to check in on her. Originally, I'd want to ask Judith to do this for me, but...
Well, since I'm not involved in the next film's production, if the 1 in a million chance happened that someone found out about was talking to Nina about it, it could become a scandal. Fortunately, we both know a handyman with some tight lips. What do you say? Can you do it? Well, I'm sorry for making both Director Ram and Judith worry. Basically, what happened was we finished filming a major scene in our upcoming film the other day. The director gave it the okay, but... there was something about my performance that didn't sit right with me, so I asked the director to let me work on it more at home.
So that's why you're practicing here alone? It looks like a long monologue, but You seem to have a hard time with it, huh?
Yes, though since in the actual film I'd be speaking with somebody else. Doing it by myself just doesn't feel right. If you don't mind, Mr. Arkride, could you play the partner role?
Oh, that's not really what I meant, but... Either way, I doubt you're gonna settle down until you're pleased with your performance. So, you sure I'm okay? I'm a complete amateur at acting, you know.
I don't mind. Just having someone to talk to makes a huge difference.
Alright, well, I've probably got the stamina to keep up at least. Sure, I'll help out. But seriously, I'm not much better than a training dummy, okay?
Thank you very much.
And so, Van acted as Nina's partner, practicing the same scene over and over and over again. But in the end, Nina still couldn't give a performance she was satisfied with. Yo, let's take a break. Doing the same thing over and over again with no rest is bad for your health.
I'm really sorry. And you spent so much time trying to help me.
I knew it. I'll never be as good as Judith. What's Judith got to do with this? You're a completely different type of actor than her.
I know people say that when I act like it's I'm possessed, but frankly, I think people are just being nice. I think my acting really lacks a solid core.
A core?
Yeah. Judith's performances always have a very strong core to them. No matter what role she plays, you can always feel her own style shining through. Of course, that doesn't mean she's not being true to her role, but that she's able to add her own flair to the role without getting in the way of the role's original style. I think that's her strongest appeal, really.
Well, I guess I can see that.
But I just can't do it. Since I don't have a self, I don't have a core, all I can do is act out my role. And because of that...
Depending on how you look at her performance, it can become so transparent it almost feels empty. I remember reading a film magazine saying that after your debut.
So you read that article too?
That's just how some people are going to evaluate your performance, and there's nothing you can do about it. But I think if you read what they're saying another way, it really highlights just how amazing your talent is.
Maybe, but I still don't have a real self like Judith.
So your problem is still that you can't find your core. Well then, I guess you've just got to find your real self from here on out. If you really want to do that, you'll have to put everything you've got so far to use.
What I've got so far?
Everything. Not just how you move your body or the words in the script. You act out everything over and over and over and over. And then you become the role yourself. That's your style. The life that character lived until then. All of their experience. You imagine it all and try to feel it for yourself, don't you? But when filming's done and you go back to being Nina, does all that just disappear along with it?
That's... Not at all. I remember everything. The warmth that Michelle felt as she died in Ron's arms in Requiem for the Wolves. The confidence Sheena Dirk felt standing alongside her companions in Gloria.
Exactly. Those things are like an incredibly high-resolution picture, reflecting back on you. And those make up your real self, one that neither Judith nor anyone else could ever recreate. So just keep doing the same thing if you want. But don't just listen to the voices of those roles you play. Listen to your own, too. And while this may be irresponsible to say, just ignore the script and your lines. Isn't that something only you can pull off, as Nina Fenley?
Just ignore the script? I never really thought about that before. I see. That might just work. I think I've got it, Mr. Arkride. Please, will you help me try just one more time? This time we'll go all the way to the start of the scene.
Sure thing. Wait, already? And so, Nina resumed her practice. With Van as her partner, she repeated the same scene in lines over and over. This time, as her performance became more and more refined, a pleasant sense of fatigue began to wash over her. And finally, this is the real me. The one you don't know. The one I don't want you to know. But that's why. I will run no more. So that I can continue to be me. And cut! Director Ram? How long have you been there? You didn't have a camera rolling, did you? This style of acting is one only you could manage, Nina. That was splendid. 100 times better than the performance I approved before. You did go slightly off the script at the end there, but I could feel the power behind your words. I could tell they came both from the role and from your own core.
Oh, thank you, Director.
Let's keep this momentum going and start shooting, people! Let's take care of it, everyone! Right. Are you gonna be alright?
I think so. I think I've finally met a version of myself different from the one I've known until now. Thank you so much for your help, Mr. Arkride.
After that, Van parted ways with Nina and the film crew and resumed his activities. Alright, and with that, I've got her up all the way to max. And for getting her to Connect 3, we get the Glass Fountain Pen. HP plus 1000, EP plus 100, accuracy 100, and critical 10%. So, some nice stuff there. Some nice stuff there. Zeros is talking to the cat. Meow, meow. Woof. Meow, meow. Are they talking? Kinda hard to believe. Looks like the neighborhood cats have accepted him then. Woof. Meow.
Although it looks like the cat's in charge around here.
I wonder. Oh. Heh. Wonder if the dog will start comprehending how cats communicate. Sorry, that's slightly different because I don't have Katra in my party. Also, seriously, this drift. Where am I going? I'm going to the church. Where is the church again? Ah, that's why I got confused, because there was a shopkeeper here. Let's talk to you, May.
Oh, Gramps told me about that one. It's, Riverside Fish Market, right?
Ah, yes, the Riverside Fish Market. It's in the 9th District, Center March.
What Miss Jin's talking about's really interesting. You should stay and listen to her too.
Yeah, we'd love to, but we're real busy today.
But make sure you pay attention and learn a lot, okay, Yume? You got it. I have a question. You've been running your candy shop for a long, long time now, right?
It's not a candy shop, it's a tobacco shop. That's a good question, though, you know. I can't get into all the details, but I was actually pretty popular in my day.
History. I hate history. You know my name's Sheena? Like I'm named after Sheena Dirk. But I never wanted to be a great revolutionary or anything. Why'd Mom and Dad have to name me after her?
Hey, you over there! Quiet down and listen up!
I'm sorry. I wish I had a name like a heroine from a novel or something. I guess what Miss Jin's talking about doesn't really feel like a history lesson, though. It's kind of interesting. I guess I may as well settle in and listen to her. Hey, Miss Jin, it's almost Revolutionary Day, right? I was wondering.
Revolution Day? Listen here, brats, I was not there for the Democratic Revolution.
Why is she so serious all of a sudden? Because she's not 100 years old. Miss Jin, until today I only really knew that she was a stubborn old lady and not much else. She's got some pretty interesting things to say, though. People who've lived through multiple generations are really another breed. Sister Mila set this all up, you know. I think my opinion of her has improved quite a bit. Whoa. Naturally, when the districts were divided up, they got assigned numbers. 1, 2, etc. It was a fairly popular system as it made routes a lot easier to understand for horse-drawn carriages, which were far more popular back in those days. Now, does anyone know why District 1, the Vantai District, is home to all of our government buildings? Oh, they probably gave it that number after the buildings were made since it's really important. Oh, that sounds about right. Hey, you're a bigger hit than I expected, Granny.
Damn it, Van, stop sticking your nose in everyone's business. Come on, shoo! No one asked you to be here. Get out!
Why did I agree to this? Oh well, I'll just talk to these kids for a bit and make my way back to the shop. I asked Miss Jin to hold a special lesson today. She's got the students really engaged. I could learn a lot from her too. The kids are really eager to ask a lot of questions. I guess I made the right call inviting her after all.
I've mostly been going around talking to different people about their personal worries and concerns these past few weeks. Thankfully, it seemed that most of the people coming to Mass finally have peaceful expressions back on their faces. Wounds of the heart never heal easily. I'm sure people will still be hurt many months to come, but I will do what I can to help them heal, as a priest, as their neighbor, and as their fellow man. Sunday school's going splendidly today, too. It seems Sister Mila's plan was a resounding success. She's growing well, and I'm sure she'll have many more experiences that will continue to facilitate her development.
Alright. There's a lady wandering the district. If I can find her, that's cool. If I can't, then I'm not going to worry about it. Holy fuck. There she is. Did you guys hear? This is terrible. They might postpone Revolutionary. Huh? They're saying the ghosts from 130 years ago have risen from their graves and have taken over Vantai District. Huh? I hear they've taken President Gramhart hostage, and now they've asked Judith the Ranster to lead the negotiations. Oh. Wait, me? I get the feeling she's making stuff up. I should be used to the old lady's tales by now, but... I didn't really believe anything she said. Huh? Aren't you kids too calm about this? What, did the story need more punch? I know you're up to the usual, but take it easy there, Granny. So, it didn't have enough punch, huh? I need to polish up before Revolutionary Day actually comes around. If I don't, I'll bring shame to my title of Big Mom. That name's not gonna stick. It definitely won't. Well, come on, if there's something you'd like, buy it up. It's almost Revolution Day. I'm sure there's people you want to buy presents for, right? Sorry, I'm reading the wrong lines. Eddie came back home a while ago, but he says he doesn't want to help with the chores. He keeps loitering around on his own. Just what is that boy thinking? Well, whatever. I suppose I can let him do as he pleases for a bit longer.
Nothing I need. Well, come on, if there's something you'd like, buy it up. It's almost Revolution Day. I'm sure there's people you want to buy presents for, right? Woo. 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 I'm doing a performance tonight to celebrate my debut. The venue's blue score, same as always. The owners really helped me out there quite a bit. Tonight I'll try to draw in a big crowd to return the favor. Today Jesse's record's going on sale. Did you know I did the art for the jacket? I don't think I did an amazing job, but people on the street are talking about it. But hey, while they're talking about it, I'd be happy if you guys could buy Jesse's record too. Although, make sure you save enough money to buy some flowers. Oh sure, I'll buy his record, why not? Who's it a gift for? Oh, it's for Ren. I don't think that's actually a record, but... So, let's go and talk to Huck here. He's back playing Mahjong with the boys. Oh, who's that cutie with the nice body over there? And your face. I swear I've seen you somewhere before. Whoever could you be talking about? He must have realized you Judith. Oh, I remember. You remind me of an up-and-coming singer I met when I was young. That young lady gave the most wonderful chance-on performance. You look just like her. A singer? You must be thinking of someone else. Damn, boring. Hey, he got pretty close, but let's leave that alone for now. When I was young, I fell in love with that girl at first sight. After her debut, she really made it big, but I always remembered her the same way she was the day we met. Huh, could he be talking about... I get the feeling that's a hornet's nest I should stay well clear of. Apparently there's a special lesson going on at Sunday school today. Anya seemed really excited when she left. They've really been putting a lot of effort into the lesson plan recently. As a parent, I'm delighted. Anya's not exactly the average girl, but she still has a lot left to learn. Anyway, go take a quick bath. Get the Chivos. Sauna with the boys. It's just like that scene from Metal Gear Solid 4. Sauna with the boys. Alright. Sauna complete. One last thing, we'll talk to these people. I wonder if that solutions office will stop by. I'm really nervous. I want to find out what Curtis is up to sooner rather than later. Did she mention the solutions office? Guess I still haven't checked the bulletin board yet. I should go do that. Yeah, because I've been putting it off to do NPC Roundup. Anyway, now we can check the board. There's a Spriggan request available. My son's been acting out of line. Recently, my son Curtis has been acting out a lot, both in his words and actions. I wonder if he's fallen in with a bad crowd, or at least I have my suspicions that he might have. I'd like you to look into the matter for me. I can give you more details at my house in Old Town. Something still smells fishy. There's probably other message boards with quests for us. Ha ha ha. Do I need Burgard and Katra, or do I just need Burgard? Because the spreadsheet just said Burgard originally. Whatever. I'm fine. If I don't need to take Katra, I don't need to take Katra. We're just going as is. Alright. Gotta scroll down to my line. Here we are. So, you're Zola, right? We're from the Arkride Solutions office.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. I'll go get some tea ready. You can have a seat over here while you wait. I was very curious about what sort of people you fixers are. Having met you, I somehow get the feeling I've seen you all around before.
My office is right here in Old Town, so I wouldn't be surprised. I've actually met your son. He's studying for high school entrance exams, right?
Oh, so you do know him. Indeed, he's been studying very hard every day with hopes of getting into Aramis. There was a time when I was worried about his grades, but they've been improving steadily for a while. But of course he's my son. Such achievements only natural. At this rate, I'm all but certain he'll become top in his class and get into Aramis. I think it's safe to say she's obsessed with her son's education. That all being said, Curtis's attitude has suddenly become strange out of nowhere. Sometimes he'll yell real loud or punch things, and his entire demeanor's become more rough all around. Was that really out of nowhere? Would you mind elaborating, ma'am? Until recently, he'd never done such a thing. I'm certain he must have fallen in with a bad crowd. I wish for all of you to look into what Curtis is doing when I'm not around. Don't you think hiring us just because your son's got a bit of an attitude is going too far? Perhaps, though if he has really fallen in with a bad crowd, we should at least look into it, shouldn't we? What do you say, Van? Well, you both got a point, but... we accept because we need some law points. Alright, we'll take your request. Thank you very much, sir. Do you mind us asking where Curtis is right now? Oh, yes, he went to go buy a reference book just a while ago. I imagine he would have gone to the bookstore in Terrell District. Great, that makes things convenient for us. Well, before we head out, you mind if we search his bedroom? I really don't like the idea of going snooping through a teenage boy's room, but I'd be surprised if we didn't find any clues there. Yes, I suppose I don't mind. Let us head upstairs there. Heh, I wonder what kind of porn stash the kid has. I knew you'd say that. Oh, Aaron. My son's been acting out of line. Has started. Alright then. First things first, let's check the kid's porn stash. This is my son's room. Alright, let me do a quick search before he gets back then. Van and the others began searching Curtis's room. They found a few things he'd been hiding, such as failed mock exams. However, they didn't find a single thing that could clue him in to why he'd be acting up. But a few minutes later... Oh? What's this? What did you find? This was way in the back of one of his desk drawers. A mint case, but it's empty. I've never seen this before. Oh, those are tobacco-flavored tablets. Smokers who want to quit will suck on them all the time. His room doesn't really smell like cigarettes, though, so I assume he's just been using this in place of the real stuff. What? Even if he's not actually smoking, wanting to smoke is the mark of a delinquent, is it not? I did everything right in raising that child. How could he wind up like this? Please, Mrs. Zola, calm down. I'm sure there's some explanation. I'm sure it's all my husband's fault, causing that stupid scandal and getting demoted by the Bank of Edith. Then, thanks to that blunder, we had to move to Old Town, and we had all these eyes on us. Being in such a bad environment must have turned Curtis into a delinquent. I still can't believe that man. If he's really working at one of their subsidiaries now, that'd be great, but... when I was out grocery shopping, I saw him eating at Montmartre without a care in the world. Is he really working for one of their subsidiaries? I'm starting to doubt he even works anymore. Wow, she won't shut up about her husband. Ugh. Either way, we'll take this and go and see if anything else has been going on with him. Fine. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll be waiting downstairs for your reports. Van, is something else wrong? Yeah, it's the scent these mints left behind.
feel like there's something else mixed in. It's been a while since it all went down in Tharbad, but it reminds me of how those orbital Shisas smelled.
Are you serious?
Never thought we'd hear about those things again. Least of all, not in Old Town of all places.
You guys gave me the rundown on what happened, but I'm still not entirely sure what to make of it.
Indeed. That was the scam used by A earlier, right?
Well, there is something we don't know about the tablets, isn't there? Like, where he got them. I'm worried if they had any negative effects on his health.
So what do? Ask the kid himself? No, we should look into where these tablets came from first. We should hide the fact that it's drug-related, though. It'll just make our questioning more difficult. Hey, good call.
If they were tobacco-flavored, do you think Jin from the tobacco store will know something? Alternatively, if his father's a smoker, we could ask him.
Yeah, we might as well check in with both. She said her husband eats in Montmartre, right? Alright, so we got ourselves a negotiation topic. So let's go bother Jin while she's in the middle of Sunday school lecture. Hey, I want to ask you about this kid who's been smoking. Are you selling drugs to kids? I'm sorry to bother you in the middle of class like this, but you mind if we ask you something? It's about a kid named Curtis. We're wondering if you know anything about him. Gracious. Well, if it's an emergency, I can't say no. Let's not talk about this in front of the students, though. Van explained his request from Curtis's mother. He told Jin what he knew, including the change in Curtis's attitude. I see. If you ask me, I think the more absurd thing here is for his mother to fuss so much over one little act of delinquency. But yes, I know Curtis. He was actually just at my shop about an hour ago.
Really?
Yes, and he asked me if I sold any tobacco-flavored mint tablets. I told him that I don't, however, and that I couldn't sell them to minors even if I did. When I told him that, he screamed at me out of nowhere. "Shut up, you used hag!"
That was awfully rude of him.
Kid's not afraid to mouth off, huh? You know where he went after that? I'm not so sure, but I imagine he would have gone to look for another shop. That makes sense. Alright, thanks for all the info. Interesting. Wonder what kind of trouble this kid's getting into. So let's talk to Chunker over here. Do you have... Oh, this is, no, this is the talk line. I meant to square him. Hey, do you got a second? I've got something I want to ask about your son. Van and the others explained that his wife had given them a request and that they were in the middle of looking into it. What? My son's been taking tobacco tablets? Unbelievable. I had concerned about his grades recently, but to think my idiot son's actually been going this far.
Please calm down.
Well, what I want to ask is whether or not you smoke tobacco yourself. No, I don't. You get customers who come in for negotiations that hate the smell of tobacco, after all.
In that case, do you know why he might have gotten those tablets?
Why? Of course I know why. He must be sick of studying for the entrance exams, and now he's resorted to those to escape reality. Ridiculous. When I was a kid myself, I used to study so hard I forgot to eat and sleep. I didn't raise that boy to be so spoiled that he'd go off and run from reality. Zola was supposed to be raising him properly. What the hell happened? That little...
What the hell is up with this guy? Saying something like that and still calling himself Curtis's father.
Seems like he's not a very good parent. I don't have any of the Burgard lines, so I'm just making shit up. I'm sorry. Well, with no good dad like this and an obsessive mom like that, it's only a matter of time before that kid broke off from him. Thanks for all the help, sir.
I suppose we finished our questioning then.
Yeah, and in the end we didn't get much new info about where the tablets came from or about Curtis. Yeah, I guess at this point our only option is to find the kid himself at Terrell's bookstore. I don't know if we'll be able to find him there still, but if we do, we can ask him some questions.
Right, if he went to buy books there, he might have talked to the cashier at least.
Alright. Once we get this Chivo to the Terrell District. And maybe I'll use up some of my items I have here. And arts defense. Here, Burgard, you can have some too. My treat. Alright. So, the Terrell District, District number 4. Oh my god. Frickin' Joy Gondrift, man. Well, I don't see him anywhere around here. Guess I'll have to ask the manager. Can I bother you for a minute? I wanted to ask you about a kid. His name's Curtis. Van explained about the request from Curtis's mother. They told the shopkeeper about how Curtis had been acting recently.
I see. It certainly sounds like he has it tough. He's regular here, and so me and one of the part-timers have been hoping his entrance exams would go well for him. Unfortunately, I don't really know much about his private life, and especially not about those tablets. Really now? What about the part-timer then? Oh, you're that Aramis student who drops by here a lot, yes? In that case, you might know our part-timer. His name's Albert. Oh, you were talking about Albert. He does work here, doesn't he? He does, yes. He often recommends Curtis good reference books and such. They seem pretty close. Maybe Albert would know more about this situation than I do. And the question is, just where in the hell is that stick in the mud hiding? Right now, I'd say he's probably at the school, or at least somewhere in the Auburn District. Well, let's get going.
Yeah, hopefully he knows something. Actually, while we're in this district, let's go watch a movie. Just because it's easier to put carts before horses. Now this is talk, I want to buy movies. What movie should we see? Well, we saw Gloria, and I don't know what these other two are off the top of my head here. It's not King of 100 Flowers. Is that Midnight Memories? Why does it have a star next to it? But yeah, the third one's Midnight Memories. And the second one is What Are You? Me in the Rain. I don't think I've seen Me in the Rain, so let's go watch that one. Who should I watch it with? I always pick Anya's. So Anya's will come along. And let's bring Burgard along, since I don't think I've taken Burgard to see a movie. 3 will be 600 Mira. Then the others take their seats. And they wait for the movie to start. Will, a young man with high prospects at a local trading firm, and Mia, a young woman working at a local bank. The two happen to meet around town, hit it off well, and eventually begin dating. Gradually, the two grow closer and closer. That is, until a certain moment shakes up everything. So you want to break up? We've just been playing around from the start, haven't we? Just staving off our loneliness as long as we could. But I want to study abroad, and they want you to transfer to HQ. I think the goddess laid things out for us pretty clearly. I get it. Figured there's no point in saying anything else. You've made up your mind. Well then, go live out your dreams, Mia. You're telling me that? You're right. I'm sure you'll be fine. Stay safe out there. You too, Will. Thank you for everything. Why did it have to be raining? Come on. Notice how I'm feeling, you idiots. Aw. A sad romance. Maybe I should have taken Judith to see her film. Oh, wow, I could go on and on about how perfect Mia's expression was when they broke up. Will really should have tried harder to hold on to her. Well, Will was just respecting what she wanted to do. That's how important she was to him. True. But it still bothers me. Mia still clearly had feelings for him. And I guess you can't lie to yourself about how you feel. Sorry, I don't think I quite caught that. No, it's nothing. I really enjoyed the movie. Thank you for inviting me, Van. A young couple breaking up to follow their dreams. It left a real emotional aftertaste, I suppose I could say. It's certainly not the sort of film I'd go to watch on my own, so it was rather interesting to check out. Hey, I'm glad you actually enjoyed it. Come to think of it, I don't think you've ever told me about any stories of your old affairs, have you, Master? No, I prefer not to discuss my love life with my disciples. But if we get the chance, maybe I can share some old stories with you sometime down the road. That was a pretty good movie. Should I buy a pamphlet? We got some points for Anya's. Alright. We're still doing a side quest. And this one takes us to the Auburn District. Alright. So, let's just go negotiate with him. Because these guys have actual lines in the regular spreadsheet, so... don't want to accidentally talk to them and lose those lines, or try to hunt for them. Sorry for calling you away like that all of a sudden, Albert. I take it this is something you don't want the other students hearing about. Yes, actually. We've been looking into a boy named Curtis recently, and... Van and Anya's explained the details of their request from Curtis's mother. Likewise, they explained what they knew about how Curtis had been acting. I guess I wasn't the only one who noticed he's been acting strange recently. I get the feeling he's been acting off. Almost unstable, even. When did you first notice? I'm not exactly thrilled to be getting interrogated by you, but... I guess it would have to be around the start of I guess it would have had to have been since around the end of October, or beginning with November. And a short while before that, he seemed depressed, like he had lost all of his motivation. Then one day, he told me out of nowhere that he was enthusiastic that his studies were going well. but as enthusiastic as he was, I couldn't help but feeling something was off about him.
I see. Did you ask him who he was hanging around with, maybe?
No, and I didn't see him hanging around with any delinquents, if that's what you mean. Oh, but, now that you mention it, I did see a boy that might have been him in a back alley in Terrell as I was walking home from work one day. He was speaking with a suspicious man, but since it was nighttime, I think it was just as likely that I mistook someone else for him. However, maybe that man is related to that? Can you be any more cryptic? What the hell do you mean?
Oh, we've been warned about it a few times at school, about a suspicious man that hangs around the back alleys in Terrell District. There are rumors that he's a drug dealer, and that he targets young people. I should have thought of him before. He might have sold Curtis the tablets. Looks like the pieces are starting to come together. So, do you think he went to the bookstore today as an excuse to meet up with him?
That seems pretty likely, I'd say. Looks like our next stop is Terrell's back streets. I'm glad my information proved helpful. Please, do what you can to help Curtis.
Of course. Thank you so much, Albert.
Alright, so back to Terrell we go. Sorry, somebody made a comment on one of my old chapters. It's like, why are you shipping Laura and Elliot together? You can't say that just because they have 2 water quartzes. Otherwise, I could ship Sarah with Gaius. I was like, you know, that would be pretty hot. But also, no, let's not, and say we did. Well, that man looks awfully suspicious.
There he is. That must be our dealer. He's got the right air about him.
Alright, let's pretend to be customers and try talking to him. He'll be on his guard if we all go in a group, so you guys wait here.
Understood. We will.
Hey, Anya said he was targeting young people, right? He'd never sell anything to you. Punk. You never miss a chance to call me old, don't you? But, you guess you're probably right. He does try to target students.
I think you're being too self-conscious, Van. Have some faith in yourself.
No, Alright, Aaron, I'm counting on you. If we want some info, we need to give him a kid that looks like he might be interested in drugs. That's so? Guess I can play the part. Yo, you're the merchant I've been hearing about, right? And you are? Good buddy of mine told me about you. Got some tablets that can give me a good high, don't you? Mind sharing some with me? Money's no issue if you're wondering. Oh, you're friends with that little runt, huh? Yeah, these tablets come from a pharmaceutical company I've never heard of before. Guess the cops or some other group cracked down on them. Since those tablets were in production for a short time, there's real limited stock. The ones I sold to that kid a while ago were the last I had. What the hell? Man, that really sucks. Hey, I'd like it if I had more stock too. That being said, I explained it all to that kid, but it looks like he's already got himself hooked on them. He ended up yelling at me saying he didn't care. Jeez, this is why addicts are such a frickin' pain, you know? Got the right guy. Sounds like the brat was here just a while ago, too. Well, that sucks. Where'd he go after that? I recommended some other drugs to him, but he said he didn't want anything besides those tablets. I told him to screw off and go down to the Darklight District if he wanted a chance at finding some. And I told him how to get down there, too. So, you sent a kid down to the Darklight District? Guess it's not too unlikely that someone down there would have them. What, you want those tablets too, right? I got plenty of other stuff in stock if you're interested. Come on, I'll give you a free trial if you like. I'll pass, sorry. I was really just looking for those tablets. That sucks. Now I'm bummed, man. Guess I'll go sell my shit somewhere else today. Not bad. Looks like you got some good info out of him.
Right, and more importantly, we know where Curtis went. And we know where the tablets probably came from now. Yep, A's Dummy Pharmaceutical Company. Now all that's left is to ask Curtis what's going on himself. If he went to the Darklight District, we should focus on getting him out of there, and then worrying about questioning him after that. Yes, it can't be safe for a kid to be hanging around a place like that. Indeed, we'd better hurry. Looks like the kids are right in front of us. Hey. Finally. I finally found you. You're Maja, right? Come on, you gotta have those tablets. Oh, you're a face I haven't seen before. And from the looks of it, you're from up top, aren't you? Sorry, but I don't sell the tablets you're looking for. And I'd say it'd be for your own good if you stopped trying to get them. Oh, come on, if you're saying that, you've gotta have them. If I can't get them all, I'll... Oh, so you were here after all. What the hell are you guys doing here? Do I know you? You're Curtis, right? Is something going on here? I can tell you whatever you'd like to if you want. Truth is, we got a request from his mom. Van and the others explained the request, as well as the high likelihood that the tablets Curtis was using had drugs mixed into them. You're kidding. I knew they weren't super easy to get my hands on, but... I thought they were just some good tobacco-flavored mint tablets. Seriously. I'd heard that those tablets were produced by one of A's dummy companies. They'd been sold around the underworld for a brief period before the authorities confiscated them in Tharbad. Since the CID halted their production, I figured it was just a matter of time until they naturally dispersed from the city. Well, that's reassuring to hear at least, but... Look, kid, rebelling against your parents is fine and all, but you need to find a better way than drugs to do that, alright? No! I need those tablets! Wouldn't it be unhealthy for you to continue taking them? Yeah, you're already starting to show some minor side effects. And if you keep taking them, you'll go completely off the rails. You know that, right? I understand how dangerous they are, but I can't focus without them. At this rate, I'm gonna fail the entrance exam. I'll be just another worthless nobody. I can't even imagine what my mom and dad will say to me if that happens. Maybe they'll be so disappointed in me they'll just kick me out. Curtis? They've pushed their own son this far. How absolutely despicable. Given how they've been acting, this is the only natural response. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of what's going on here. You and me both, buddy. Either way, if they want to put this to rest, we'll have to explain everything to my client and your father. I know how uncomfortable it might be, but I think you should be part of the conversation. Yeah, sorry, the lines are slightly different because I brought Burgard with me instead of Katra. By the way, do you know who in the hell sold this kid those tablets? Yeah, I do. It's a young blonde guy with a beard. He's been going around the city selling them in different places. Oh, the newbie. Don't worry, you can leave punishing him to me. If you're gonna sell that stuff to some kid that can't tell these things apart, at least teach him the basics. Seriously. Much appreciated. I'll leave him to you then. That said, I should probably give Rune a call about this later. Well then, let's stop by Vermati's real quick and give him a quick... and then go give him our reports. Oh, that's right. Vermati can give him a quick diagnosis, can't he? And so, Van and the others paid Vermati a visit, and explained the details about the tablets to him. As the one who had originally analyzed the orbital Shisas, he was able to quickly offer some medicine to alleviate the tablet's side effects. When Curtis calmed down, Van contacted his parents. They took him back to his house to give a report on the case.
man, this is gonna be fun. I feel so bad for this kid.
Alright, I think we've figured out everything we need. So, will you get to explaining? Curtis fell in with a bad crowd, didn't he?
I'm sure he's just having a little rebellious phase is all.
Alright, let me explain our investigation from the top. Van explained how Curtis had originally bought the tablets from a dealer on an impulse. But since the tablets improved his studies so much, he quickly became reliant on them. They also explained that since the tablets had been laced with drugs, there had been some light side effects. However, if he continued to take his prescription from Brahmati, he was sure to recover from them in time.
Yeah, this is 100%, the typical Asian family stuff. Just the classic, I didn't raise you to be blah, 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 blah. You're supposed to be a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer or, something of that nature. How dare you get a B-? You only got an 86? That's only third best in the class. You need to do better with your studies. How dare you get questions wrong?
A little bit close to home. Just a bit. We're in the finale chapter, Al. How are you doing? And yes, I did play P4. It's very similar to the Tower social link in that one. I didn't like Shu very much, but I definitely empathized with him. Because, having that kind of life is real tough. Especially when it isolates you from your peers. Oh, Adios, my head is spinning. Curtis actually became a delinquent and bought drugs. I cannot even begin to explain how disappointed I am in you, young man. Just why exactly do you think I've been so supportive of your studies? Go ahead, just try and explain yourself.
Quiet down there. You want the whole neighborhood to hear? Seriously, I finally managed to get a good position in the bank's subsidiary. And then you two have to go and start causing problems. Do you want me to go back to them on my hands and knees and ask for more time off?
Sorry. You're frickin' kidding me. I can't believe you're not even showing a scrap of remorse. Exactly! Why don't you reflect on your actions, Curtis?
You don't want the police getting involved, do you? If my son gets arrested, the bank's sure to fire me outright this time.
No, that's not what I meant at all. You two are the ones who should be reflecting on your actions. But instead, you seem to have no intent to do that at all, and just keep yelling at your son like that.
You want me to reflect? It's Curtis who's been misbehaving. Don't go changing the subject.
I don't think he changed at all. Your request was for us to figure out why your son was acting up, right? Curtis was stressed out with his studies and felt like he was driven into a corner.
I suppose that's true, but what does that have to do with this?
To put it bluntly, this isn't the fault of some bad friends or drugs or anything. It's the fault of his parents, who didn't even realize they were driving their own son into a corner.
The hell do you think you're saying? Are you telling me that this is my fault?
Have you two even considered how your son is feeling? I don't want to speak for a family that isn't my own, but it does seem to me like you're only thinking of what's convenient to yourselves. And what exactly do you know about our situation? While Curtis has been moping around about his future, do you know how hard I've been working to help him get into Aramis?
That's right! And I have to keep paying for his reference books, mock exams, and all that other crap even though my job's unstable.
You're freaking kidding me. Will it kill these two to act like adults? We've come this far. I feel bad to just leave Curtis here without doing a thing. Might be out of line, but I think I'd better suggest a course of action. What should I suggest? Yay. Triangle. Recommend that they try to remember their bonds as a family. Or I can pick Square. Act cold, and recommend that they get divorced.
So the triangle's the law choice, the square's the chaos choice. As much as I would say they should definitely divorce, I don't think that would solve the underlying issue. I think all that would do is get them separated from each other, and maybe make things a bit easier for Curtis, but definitely not in the long run because divorces are brutal. So, pick triangle here. We're gonna take the law choice, as much as I hate to suggest it. I think it'd be my best play to go for an emotional appeal. An emotional appeal. Make them think about how important family is. You know, have you ever considered why your son was studying so hard? I'm sure you could think of a lot of reasons, but the top one's probably been to live up to your high expectations. That's not true. It's only natural that someone as talented as I am go to a prestigious high school. Really? Then why were you studying so hard? You had your eyes set on Aramis. You had your eyes so set on Aramis that you ended up getting hooked on those tablets. Was that really what you wanted?
Maybe.
You wanted to live up to your parents' expectations, for them to recognize how great you were.
Curtis?
And how did you two respond to that? While he wanted to do something so admirable, his mother forced her own twisted and selfish compassion on him. Meanwhile, his dad went total absentee, not even caring about his family for a second. You actually think that makes for good parenting? You're a complete joke!
I'm sorry. I kept saying I was supporting you, but I just wound up stressing you out more. Maybe I didn't trust you enough. No, I must have just been obsessed with controlling you.
I figured out while I was making money, it was my wife's job to educate my son. But then I got a demotion, and I found out I lost my place at home, too. But the bigger problem was that, through all of it, I wasn't thinking about how my own son felt. Exactly, like, a divorce might help their marriage, but it wouldn't help the kid. The kid would go through the shit like, oh, did the parents get divorced because of me? Is this my fault? And then he'd have that on top of his other issues. So, like, as much as a divorce might be in the cards for the two of them, I wouldn't recommend it as an outsider. I feel like that would just be too callous and cruel.
Mom, Dad,
how about the three of us have a talk, as a family? We can figure out how to move forward from here.
You're right. If we want to make things right, we have to face forward.
I guess we don't have many other options.
That's a relief for now, then.
I was really nervous for a minute there. You did well, Dad. Good job. Hey, I don't think I did all that much there, really. Well, we probably shouldn't get any more involved than we already have. I hope you guys can work this out yourselves. Oh, and we'll be dealing with this whole tablet thing under the table. Don't worry, it won't go public. With that, we'll be taking our leave. Quest complete. 7,500 Mira get. And our law rank has gone up to 4. We are 444 now. Alright. Whoa. They were the same as always until this morning, but now neither of them will say a word. Well, that aside, I'll try taking the medicine you got me. Thanks for looking out for me. So, Curtis, how are your grades? No, that's not what we should be talking about. What exactly should we be talking about? Just goes to show it's not going to be a quick fix. I'm gonna go start preparing for dinner. We can talk more while we eat. Alright. That's it for side question. We got some HP stuff. We're getting law rank to 4. And, now we got some things to check out. Our next destination is the Auburn District. Alright, so now we can talk to Albert for real this time. Oh, I guess this is new dialogue. Yeah, so I don't know what this is, but it's probably something like, Albert, thanks for all your help with Curtis. Anya's explained the situation to Albert. Huh, is that so? Well, I'm glad he's doing alright now, and that he's off those damn tablets. Seriously, who knew that kid was under so much stress? Apparently, because I did the quest first, he has nothing new to say to me? Well, whatever. It's fine. So, you talked to every single girl you could find and getting turned down by all of them, so you're looking for someone else to spend Revolution Day with? Same nonsense as ever with you, isn't it? Oh, please, I'm counting on you. It'd at least be more fun to spend the day with the guys than alone. And come on, if we're all together, we can be each other's wingmen, yeah? Give me a break. Sorry, I promised the rest of the student council I'd be helping them with stuff. I'm sure you're busy too, right, Julian? No, I don't actually have any plans yet. I'll come with you if you help guide me around the festival. What do you say? For real? You're like a magnet for women, if I got you with me. Thanks a ton, Julian. I love you, dude! Lyle, you really need to get your act together. Man, Julian's the best dude I know. Alright, it's decided. I'll guide him around and he'll show me how to pick up chicks. Well, at least I'm with Lyle, things won't get boring. It's my first time spending Revolution Day in Calvard, so I do want to go around and check out the sights. I'll make sure to enjoy it all, so I can tell everyone back home about how great it is. You selling alcohol here, Shino? That's a crime. Hey, how's it going, Shino? You've set up shop in front of Aramis? That's right, I was looking for a nice place to set up shop and ended up settling down here. The streets are really beautiful and it has a nice calm atmosphere. Plus, light snacks are popular with the students. Yeah, people are naturally going to get a bit hungry after class. Yeah, if they don't pack a lunch for themselves. I think she mostly means it'll be popular with students from the athletic clubs. The layout of the streets here is amazing. It's so nice and calm. I wasn't sure where I'd set up for Revolution Day, but I think this place would do just fine. Outsiders can't enter the school, huh? Guess that makes sense. We have today off, so there aren't many students around here anyway. Gatra also says something if you have him with you, but he's not with us. Talk to the man from the school. Okay. Oh, good afternoon, Agnes. I take it you're in the middle of work. That's right. Thank you for your hard work today, Mr. Powell. You must be one of Agnes's teachers. He seems really smart. He certainly is. He's the history teacher, and he's been the head teacher for second years. Flattery aside, if there's anything you'd like to know, you can feel free to ask, young lady. If it's something I know the answer to, I'll certainly... Wait a minute. Arkride. It's really you, isn't it, Van Arkride? Oh? Well, I guess he knows you, too. Hey, cut me some slack here. I was thinking you'd forgotten all about me. It's been a while, Mr. Powell. How could I ever forget you, of all people? As busy as I may have been as a teacher, you've left a big impression. It's been 7 years. Seems like a lot's happened to you back then, but I'm glad you're doing well now. I sure am. Thank you. And I'm really sorry to cause you so much trouble back then. Not at all. Honestly, I wish I could do more to support you as your homeroom teacher back then. But I guess there's no point rehashing all of that now. At least do let me know if there's anything I can do for you. I'm always willing to help, if it's within my power. Thanks, but really, I'm doing great now. I really appreciate the sentiment, though, Mr. Powell.
No way! Mr. Powell was Van's homeroom teacher? So Van really did go to Aramis.
I get the feeling he went there anyway. Dude's really hiding a lot from us, isn't he?
Indeed. I'd like to ask him more about it sometime.
Oh, I guess that would make you Agnes's boss, right, Van? What a strange coincidence. Though I suppose I won't stick my neck in where it doesn't belong. I'm just glad you're doing so well. Feel free to visit again anytime, if you feel so inclined. Yeah, you take care of yourself too, Teach. Keep watching over Agnes for me.
Van? It's almost like he's your dad, Agnes. Oh, this is so embarrassing.
Aw. Hey look, it's, Single Forever Sonia.
Thank you so much for your help today, Miss Sonia.
No problem. Great work at practice today, girls. It's almost Revolution Day, but don't get carried away. Be careful on your way home.
Will do. You seem to be in a really good mood, though, Miss Sonia. Did something good happen? Make sure you don't get too carried away on Revolution Day yourself.
Of course I won't. Just be careful and go home. I'll really give you what you got coming if you get hurt before the tournament this winter.
Can't believe I ended up getting a blind date for Revolution Day. Oh, it's so romantic. Maybe the goddess hasn't given up on me yet after all.
You do your best. I believe in you. Alright. Talk to the girl with the cat. I think Was there another girl with a cat? Okay, no. Talking to the cat gets me a different line than talking to the girl. I see.
Being with Madeline here always helps calm me down. Kittens are amazing. I fucking love cats. Cats are the best. You should get a cat. You should get a cat. You should get a cat. You should buy a cat. Get a cat. Kittens. Meow. Meow. This cat here always snuggles up to me whenever I'm feeling down. I think kittens can understand how people feel in some way. Meow.
That's adorable. Oh, if it isn't our good friends Ren and Odette, and Sasha.
We'll have to worry about final exams right after Revolution Day. Then we'll have to start planning for next year's academic festival. The student council and all of us club leaders are going to be real busy, huh? Sure are. I've been trying so hard to forget about the exams. Please don't remind me. You're right, we're going to get really busy. We may be able to use some of the events of Revolution Day to get ideas for the academic festival, though, so we should keep our eyes peeled for any inspiration. Wow, not a bad idea. This will be my first time planning something like this, so I'll make sure to put in some real work that we can all have a fun tea party for ourselves. I've got some interesting ideas from my original school, as well as from Thor's, the school my dear friend attends.
Your wife. What? No. That's just me. Also. Sorry. Don't mind me, I have the rarest of fucking rare pairs for Ren. That no one shares, and that no one with a conscience could ever possibly come up with. So don't mind me. It's Ren and Sandy. Wait, Sandy? You mean the innkeeper from Ulster? Fuck yes! Don't ask why. I don't even know. It's just my brain being dumb. Anyway.
Agnes, Odette, Sasha, I'll be expecting a lot from all three of you in the coming months. Understood? I got the feeling you've got some pretty ridiculous expectations in mind. I was already planning to get all the club leaders fired up for the festival, but now you've got me kind of scared. Either way, the year will be over before you know it, so you two better be prepared. Understood. You'd be surprised how much power is left in the students' hands here. I'm sure it'll make for a very fun tea party. I've got interesting ideas from my original school, as well as from Thor's, the school my dear friend attends. I'm sure I can expect a lot from what you've learned too, right, Agnes? Of course. I'm excited for the festival, but now I'm starting to get nervous. It's kind of scary how serious Ren is about all this. But we got this, Agnes. Let's put our heads together and give it our all. After exams. Right, let's do our best, Odette. Sounds like it's the start of the second phase for the student council. A lot of clubs have a ton going on. Like, did you hear the basketball club's going to the national tournament this winter? I might not be the best at it, but I'm club leader, so I gotta put in some elbow grease and guide my team to victory. We can finally shop at Andalusia. Give me them cakes. Alright, talk to the girl inside. Alright, I really poured my heart into getting here to manage to buy some of Mr. Holland's treats. Mr. Holland always makes the tastiest snacks for all of us who pour our heart into getting here. That's why we need to pour our heart into buying them every day. It'd be rude not to try everything he has to offer. She's talking about the baker. Oh, if it isn't Agnes, and that man with you. It's you. It's really you, Van. Goodness, it's been ages. So, you know Holland too, Van? Well, the sweets here are top-notch, so it's only natural you've come here before. Yeah, well, it's actually been a few years since I stopped by. I'm glad you actually remember me, though, Holland. Come on, I'm grateful to everyone who comes to enjoy my confections. I'd never forget a customer's face, especially someone who enjoyed my food as eagerly as you did. Well, like I said, I'm glad you remembered me after all this time. I've gotten treats from Andalusia as presents a few times in the past couple of years, and I'm glad they're just as tasty as ever. I'll make sure to come back if I ever get the chance. I'd be glad if you did. Having regulars like you make my job worth doing. I'm surprised to see you here together with Agnes, though. Oh, was that cake you bought at a present around the end of last summer for him by any chance? Yeah, that's right. I see. This world is really a small place. I'm sure I'll be busy with Revolution Day coming up, but don't let that scare you away from stopping by. Sounds good. If I get some time off, you know where I'll be. I'm glad that after all the terrible things that happened this year, I'm able to meet up with one of my old regulars right at the end. I don't know what you've been up to since then, but I remember when you used to visit like it was yesterday. You always seemed a bit embarrassed at all the sweets you buy, but you are more delighted than anyone else as you ate them. Yep. Hey, it's one of the 3 easiest ways to do it. You could also bribe them with cars, but that's pretty expensive. And you can also bribe them with trips to the sauna. Holy crap. I really need to get my Joy-Cons fixed. It's not as big as the one in Irashian, but still. I really love the atmosphere in here. It's so refined, yet calming. Looks like they're real busy preparing for the memorial service. So it seems. I can show you all around a bit, though. I'll talk to Sister Bercia here. Sister Bercia had me arranged for her work in Krail so that she could support her hometown. I never could have imagined... Or this is Sister Olze, sorry. I never could have imagined it would lead to her perishing alongside her beloved village. I pray that she was able to look after her people until the very end. I hope the goddess will smile kindly upon her and all the villagers she loves so much. Oh yes, Sister Philia came to me for confession earlier this morning. I wondered just what she regrets so much. I don't believe there's been any problems at all with her conduct, nor her faith. She talked about something sacred, or maybe someone. It doesn't sound like she was sinning, but I don't know what to make of it. Oh Goddess, thank you for returning peace to us. Please let the souls of the departed rest for all eternity. Oh Adios, please continue to look out for us. By the way, Mama, why isn't Papa here? Oh, didn't I tell you? Cleo's gonna be gone for a while. Crossbell's consulate was busy enough with the upcoming Revolution Day, and they had to handle the recent incident on top of that. But he should be done by the festival itself. We'll all be able to spend Revolution Day together. No need to worry. Yay! I want to spend Revolution Day with all of us. There's going to be all sorts of events, so I was hoping Papa would come along too.
So was I. We weren't able to back during the war with Erebonia, so I'm glad we will this time. So apparently this event is slightly different depending on whether you have Burgard with you or not. But since we do... Oh, no, never mind. The active voice is slightly different is all. Anyway. Alright, I understand. Can't say I'm too fond of you going outside the law, however. But I do agree something must be done about the mess that Armada has left behind. If you have any business you must attend to in the capital, then please feel free to use this place as a base of operations.
I appreciate it. I expected you to be another stubborn big shot from the congregation, but you're actually pretty helpful.
Celise, please don't be rude. I'm afraid we're really taking advantage of your kindness here. Not at all. It's largely thanks to the arrangements he made that I'm agreeing to this after all. Oh, and speak of the devil.
The devil indeed. Burgard, Sensei.
Rion, Celise, hope you've been hanging in there this past week. It's a pleasure to see you as well, good Sir Orwell. I appreciate you listening to my request. Not at all. You did so much to help out all divisions of the church during your tenure, after all. I'll be taking my leave. Feel free to stay and chat. Sir Burgard, Master Rion, Miss Celise.
At the end of the day, it's not towards any goodwill towards us, but it's just that he likes our teacher. Well, we have been going around acting without any authorization quite a bit recently.
I wouldn't worry about that. This is a difficult gap to bridge, and it far predates anything you two have done. That said, I don't think they've finished moving all the debris in Arashian yet, have they? What are you two doing here?
Well, about that. No, wait, more importantly, why are you still hanging around these losers, Teach?
Yes. I thought you'd only be working with them during their operations in Arashian.
Hey, nice to see you two again, too.
Well, can't lie that I could end up dragging you into some pretty shady stuff. I plan to watch over them until the incident is settled in its entirety. Perhaps my reasons aren't too different from why you two have decided to come to the capital.
Dang it, looks like you saw right through us. Yeah, we've left dealing with the stuff in the ration to the Vice Chief and his lackeys. Besides, that partitioner can search a lot more efficiently than we can.
Not to mention that Abbas's squad will be coming to help them soon anyway.
Apparently he's been working independently from Wazi a lot more these past few years.
He was also one of your Kunlun students, if I recall. Well, as long as you two are alive and breathing, I'm happy. Yo, what? Apparently Instructor Thomas is here, and Abbas was one of Barkhorn's disciples. Just how many disciples does this dude have? It's like, hey kid, you want me to teach you how to punch things real good? I got tricks for you. Here, just punch him real hard. No. Why do I think of martial arts teachers as like freaking peddlers? Makes no sense. Well, as long as you two are alive and breathing, I'm happy. Next on my to-do list is to check up on Kevin and Gaius. They deserve a proper greeting after all this time.
Yeah, make sure you do that sooner rather than later. They've really been on my ass recently. Like, seriously, instead of asking us what's going on, they should really go bother the commander. She's the one who didn't tell us a damn thing in the first place. Well, that's the commander for you. I'm sure she doesn't want us to all go drinking ourselves under the table in celebration. Huh, seems like they've got a lot going on.
This old man sounds like a super big shot. Just how much do people love this guy?
Everything we hear about him just makes him seem more and more impressive.
Hey, he sure is. You know, I'm not the only disciple he's had from outside the church. Still. These guys' specialty is supposed to be recovering artifacts. Why would they leave that to the Papal Guard and come to the capital? Sure, cleaning up after Armada is important and all, but do they really think... No. There's no way. Something on your mind? You got a problem, Arkride? Looking for a fight? We didn't get our chance during the game interaction. Come on, how about we go throw down right now? Whoa there, why did it turn to that all of a sudden? If you're looking for a fight, find somebody else. A lot of the participants in the game that I know of are going to be coming to the capital to enjoy the festivities soon. Pick one of them and stop bothering me. Though, I guess that's not exactly what you're looking for, is it? Oh? Well, we'll leave that up to your imagination. Personally, I prefer things to pass by without incident. One can never be too prepared, though. And I suggest you prepare yourselves in kind, Spriggans. For once, you're right. Huh? Things got kind of tense all of a sudden, didn't they? I get the feeling there's something hidden behind what they're saying here. Well, whatever it is, I don't think they're talking about their issues over Burgard. Nah, they just fucking hate each other. We've got non-disclosure orders at the moment. I can't tell anyone but Teach what we're up to. But as you can tell well enough, Rion and I will be spending the next few days walking around the capital. That's that, though. You just keep up with your own work. If you got a bad feeling about anything, I'll see what I can do to help out. Wow, thanks. Got a bad feeling here. I'm sure your tough Mr. Bossman's got everything together, but the rest of you take care. It's far from rare for something massive to happen just when everyone thinks it's all over with. Rion? Perhaps I've overstepped my bounds, though I'm sure you agree, don't you? I agree that it never hurts to be too cautious, and that's about it. Knowing this guy's personality, I doubt he means anything major by that, but still. Well, the teacher's here, so I'm sure it's a 1 in a million shot that anything can go wrong. Still, do be careful. Even you, Mr. Arkride. Well, I appreciate the concern. Alright, so that was legitimately the only reason why they wanted me to bring Burgard around? Alright. Well, that's fine, I guess. I'm just gonna go stick with what the tech scappers say then. I'm gonna get Katra in my party real for just a second here. And then I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. So, let's get that done right meow. Once the loading screen's over and done with. Because, man, loading screens. Alright, our next destination is Riverside, so I'm just gonna fast travel over there first. Yar. Alright, I will be right back, so, stay safe, everyone. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We are back and ready to go. So, we got some things to do in Riverside, so let's go and start off by checking in with our good pal Bramati. Looks like you're all working hard again today. Your work's appreciated as always. A's really left a lot of messes in their wake. You're telling me. You hear anything interesting lately? I have, actually. It sounds like there's a few thugs still out there. Some remnants that have been evading the authorities. I guess some of them are hiding out around the capital. I'm rather nervous about it, I'd have to say. It does sound concerning. I'm pretty sure they're all a bunch of small fry, aside from Melchior. Maybe we can find some clues about them somewhere. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Right, sounds good. We'll be careful out there. I think we'll still be experiencing the blowback from the incident with Armada for a while to come. Things might still be a bit messy, so do take care, okay, dear? I'll give you a call if I learn anything important. Alright, so a few NPCs in the area as well. Sticking to the sidewalks because, never know when the cars come by to just, like, whack me. So this is Graham. We gotta think about what we're gonna do with Revolution Day coming up. Our team's gotta step up our driving technique. Maybe this will be a good opportunity to work on it. If you're looking for Unifa, she's inside just hanging out. Well, I'm just hanging out and tagging along with her too, I guess. Ha! I did it, Van! I'm gonna be able to switch out my engine now. What? Damn it, you lucky bastard. You find a good one? Most cars aren't designed to just start using another engine. It's pretty rare. And that's where my uncle's knowledge and my influence come in. If I can change up the weight balance of the car a bit, I should be able to install a better engine. Just you wait, my Cowbell's gonna be even cooler now. She really has her mind set on this. That's just how car freaks like us get when we got our eyes on something. Just you wait, though. Someday my Nightbreaker will show. Settle down. It was less endearing when you do it, old man. Soon my Cowbell will be reborn. Oh man, I can't wait! Uncle Bradley said he won't help me out this time, though. But that's fine. I need to take care of this baby myself. I got this. I finally found a nice used engine like she's been asking about. She offered to work here free for a year if I got it for her, so there's no way I was turning her down. Really, though, I'm not even going to tighten a single screw for her. That girl's got to do all the maintenance on her own. Alrighty then. Let's check out this other red exclamation point while we're around. So this is the Eastern style church, and oh, there's some familiar faces here. So this splits slightly depending on oh, it's like one line. Come on. Depending on whether you did their connect event or not. Oh, look, it's Fan and the others. Sarah, Shahina. Oh, and Sylphide's here too. Oh, it's those two. It's been a while, everyone. It sure has. So, what brings the three of you here? We just happened to meet each other around town, so I'm guiding them around the capital. Director Gotch said they'd let us make a cameo in his new film, so he invited us out here. You're gonna be in his next movie? Congratulations! Just be careful around that guy. We all know how horny he can get. He could use this as a chance to have you do some sort of lewd scenes. There's nothing to worry about. Nina and I have got all sorts of ways to keep him in check by now.
Well, I appreciate you looking out for me. We were actually planning to stop over to your office to say hi in a bit, but guess there's no need for that now.
Well, hey, if you got some free time, feel free to stop by anyway. Heads up that we tend to be out a lot during the day, though.
We plan to be around until Revolution Day, so we'll stop by if we have the chance. We've got some tea and a very nice stock of special snacks, so we'll have something nice prepared for you.
Hey, you couldn't be thinking about taking my stock, would you? Nah, she could be. I finished those off this morning. Or, nah, she couldn't be. I finished those off this morning. I'll kill you! Oh, boy. Oh, man. Sorry, Aaron. You're dead now. Wow, I can't believe Aaron died.
I've got a good few contacts, so I'm showing them around some nice places. Sounds like the talent agency's been keeping their eyes on them for a bit now. They should be able to keep them out of trouble, so there's no need to worry about these two. Even with everything that happened during the film festival, it's thanks to that day that we were able to appear in a movie. Plus, it's thanks to that day and the ones leading up to it that I'm able to count all of you as my friends. I should really thank Alucia for giving me such generous blessings.
We can be more than just friends. No.
I want to go to all the places Sis is interested while we're dropping here in the capital. That includes your office, if you don't mind us stopping in. I really wonder what your workspace is like.
It's not that good, honestly. Don't worry about it. Oh my god. Alright. So I can talk with Lokshar and the sister here.
It hurts. But this is nothing compared to what Annie went through. What's going on here? You guys! Nothing to do with you. Damn, those stupid... He appears to be injured, but... Yes, he's been rather rambunctious since the incident in Arashian. Earlier today, he decided to pick a fight with some gang members.
There's no way a kid like him's gonna win that fight. There's no helping that. The people he wanted to take down the most, Armada, are already gone. So, out of desperation, he decided to find some thugs loosely related to them and go after them instead, yeah?
That's right. What's wrong with that? I couldn't protect anyone. Now the bad guys are all gone. Damn it. I used to go on and on about wanting to be a bracer, but I can't do anything, can I? He's really going through a lot. I don't know if there's anything we can say to help him, but there has to be something we can do.
This isn't our place to butt in. I'm not happy about it, but we have to leave him be for now.
Damn it! I can't do anything! Damn it! Damn it! We were planning to keep watching over Lakshar for a while, but... I'm so worried about him. But for now, all I can do is watch over him.
I keep calling him Lakshar, but it's apparently Lashkar. I don't know, Lakshar just sounds right to my voice. But I guess, you know, if it is actually the other way, then I apologize for getting it wrong. Holy crap. Joy-Con drift. Stop, please. Alright. Very important that we talk to Taco Man and Primo.
No matter what stands in our way, we're gonna become the top food stall in Riverside. I'll need to come up with the ultimate B-rank gourmet item by Revolution Day. It's time to plan our new menu. We'll topple Chino's bar once and for all.
I wasn't planning on doing anything special this year, but guess I don't mind having a special menu for Revolution Day. My regular items are sure to keep selling though, so I'll probably be busy prepping everything. But hey, I got Primo with me this year, so I'm sure we're up to the challenge. Alright. It's funny, the thing says go to the Satan District, the third option on the map. The Satan District is not the third option on the map. That's why I was confused when I was looking around. I was like, okay, I'm going to Satan, but that's not the right one. it's the 2nd district. Because Satan is number 2! Ha ha ha! He's number 2 because you go to hell when you do it in the butt. That's a Catholic school joke. Nobody gets that. I don't even know why you'd make that. This is the moment I've been waiting for! Trion Tower, time to begin my assault from square one. I might have withdrawn earlier, but I'm not running away. This time for sure, I'll grasp that special something you radiate and capture in my painting. Did you buy paint yet? Because it looks like you're not capturing anything. Check the bottom floor of the hotel, because, oh dear god, that is some scary peeps. Let's talk to Maxim first. He seems much more reasonable than all those scary dudes. Again, yes, that is my stupid Joy-Con drift acting up. Well then, Maxim, what are your plans for the Z1 next year? Good question. With our cars getting more and more powerful each year, drivers have been forced to adapt with them. Of course, I'm aiming to take home the trophy at next year's Grand Prix. The question becomes how I can get the most power out of my machine in order to achieve that. I've been looking a lot at the Aura GP, the only race this year where I fell behind. Getting my revenge back there is an absolute must. I see. I'm starting to understand some of the challenges that come with ETWS racing. Now, Maxim, your driving is interesting and all, but I hear you were involved in a scandal recently. Is that so? About that, I should probably start by apologizing again for any misunderstandings that arose. I've already made a public statement, but let me say again for the record, that woman and I are merely friends. Right now, my only beloved is my race car. He's really slipping up. Gotta hand it to him, though. For complete pussy, he's putting in the effort. Right. I just hope he doesn't make things worse for us when he's trying to smooth things over. Well, he's got a bit more self-awareness now, so all we can do is watch over him. Of course, I've been reflecting on my actions as of late. For now, I just want to focus on my next race. And of course, I want to have a good time on Revolution Day. So you mean you intend to... No, not like that, not like that! Best of luck, champ. Alright, let's go talk to all these scary people. Seriously, it's Heiwei, it's fucking Kashim, Kilika's there, and Zin's there. It's just like, why? Why are all these scary people? And Paulette will be watching. Yep. Yes, she will. Okay. Let's go talk to Van's worst nightmares. Yo, what the hell sort of party's this? Ah, Aaron, Chief Arkride. Glad to see you're doing well. So, a big shot from the guild, a chief of the CID, an elder of Heiwei, and the chief of security of Marduk walk into a hotel. Yeah, okay, if I wasn't worried about something big going down before, I am now. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. We were just having a little information exchange, checking to see that we were all on the same page and whatnot. Kasim, you're here too? Very. I don't believe we talked since Harashian. I'm just here discussing the aftermath of the incident. You're talking about the cleanup of Armada's remnants, right? Just so. We managed to take care of most of the leftovers that were hiding out in their remaining bases. Yep, just a casual conversation with some of the scariest people in all of Calvard. It's fine. And as for all the trade routes they were involved in, we managed to shut down the more problematic ones, and the rest are now under new management by yours truly. Yeah, like that wasn't your plan from the start. We've recovered a number of artifacts from them as well, which have been handed over to the church. It really sounds like things are coming to a head then. So, we can all relax and enjoy Revolution Day? To tell you the truth, that's the main reason I came to Edith. The Nine Dragons group has been cooperating with a number of organizations in Edith for this year's festival. Of course, that has put us in direct business competition with Marduk here. I'm only here as a proxy for the higher-ups and to tell you their general intentions. General Manager Thorndyke will be arriving in a few days to discuss the details. Right, I don't intend to discuss that now anyway. Seems like there's a lot going on. Yep, luckily this time we've got nothing to do with it.
Well, I can tell you one little tidbit that does have something to do with you. There are still a few thugs tied to Armada skittering about that have avoided capture from the authorities. A few of them are tied to anti-immigrant groups and other dummy corporations. So Armada's remnants are still kicking around, huh? And that son of a bitch Melchior's still alive. Sounds like you haven't caught him yet. It'd be a real pain in the ass if he started gathering up those remnants and started something, wouldn't it? Right. We haven't been able... excuse me. Right, we haven't been able to determine his whereabouts yet, but... as far as we can tell, he's had absolutely zero contact with the other remnants of Armada. We at the Guild have been working to expose any other organizations that had ties to them. Elaine's with the S rank that the headquarters dispatched, dealing with that as we speak. Gotcha. How's she holding up, by the way? Can't say for sure. She'll be back tomorrow, though. Maybe you can give her a nice, warm welcome. Stop trying to get involved with my personal life! Sorry, Van, you opened yourself up for that one. Can't help you there. The Guild's doing what we can, but things aren't all cleaned up yet. Elaine will be back tomorrow. Why don't you give her a nice, warm welcome? Sorry, I just want to try to talk to Kilika. We're leaving most of the goods Armada's left behind to Hayway, and the artifacts to the church. Meanwhile, the CID and the Guild are taking care of the remaining members. I'm concerned about that ranking member of theirs, but it doesn't seem like he's made any notable moves as of yet. Still, that doesn't mean we can just ignore him. Be careful out there. I'm sure you already know this, but A's defeat is having a ripple effect throughout Edith. If you're supposed to be a fixer, then get out there and start fixing. Yeah, that was my plan before your lecture. Thanks. Oh dear. Buddy. Sometimes it's hard to pixel hunt for the NPC you want to talk to. To think you'd all show up at the middle of our meeting. I have to say, Chief Arkride, your sense of smell is nothing to sneeze at. Anyway, Ashen will be coming to enjoy the festivities soon. I hope you'll indulge her while she's here. It's been a little while since I've seen her. I'm looking forward to it. Sure, I can give her a nice warm welcome as long as she doesn't start talking my ear off. Hey, you should probably watch your mouth. I feel I should mention that the situation in Langport has calmed down a fair deal. There have been a few fights, but I hear your friends have done your part in relaxing those. I must say it's quite relieving to see so many young men out there still thinking about the future. Ah, so Sid and the others are still holding up, huh? Talked with them over the phone a bit, but it's still good to hear. He said he'd be dropping by for Revolution Day, so I'll have to give him his fair share of trouble while he's here. Feels like the political world is finally calming back down. There are actually a good few politicians who hold views that more or less amount to ethnic supremacy. My party's been trying to rein them in, but there's only so much we can do. Fortunately, we've had the opportunity to flush out a few that had ties to Armada. It may be a small gesture compared to how many people lost their lives, but we do what we can. Wow, he sounds so proud of himself. The whole incident is only made more tragic by the fact we couldn't recover the victims' remains. However, I must continue to do what we can in spite of this pain, both as a member of my party and as an individual politician. I'm no match for Senator Polanski. He gave me so much advice during the chaos of the past few weeks. It had some impact about how my company runs its management, but I don't know what I would have done without his advice. I think by learning from him, I can become a bit more rational and start really looking at the bigger picture here. Do your best. I won't be able to spend Revolution Day with my father again this year, but he's got his work to attend to and there's no helping that. Just knowing that my father hasn't forgotten about me is enough to satisfy me for this year. Of course, there's still a lot of things I want to tell him. Go to the front door, look at the kid who's looking into the window here. Maxim Lugan. My opinion of him's really improved. He's a lot more sincere than I thought. Now I feel kind of bad that I believed Buzz Radar's rumors about him.
Well, no matter what happens, he's still the red shooting star. As a lover of car and Z1 races, I gotta give him my support. You do your best. Our next bit of business is in the Darklight District. I shouldn't have bought Mountain Dew as my drink of choice because, God, I just fucking guzzle that shit down. It goes down super smoothly, so you're just like, oh, it's all gone before you know it. And then your stomach starts hurting because you drank it too fast. I'm kinda glad the whole thing with Armada's done with. A little birdie told me that was you guys who took down their boss, Gerard. The Republic's at peace again thanks to you. Now I need to get some weapons ready for Revolution Day. That's a joke, right? No, of course not. On Revolution Day, Jaegers with no work to attend to from all over the country will come to the capital. My shop gets pretty busy, you know? Oh, is that so? That's pretty interesting. Sure it'll be pretty messy around here, so just be careful, okay? They aren't selling new weapons, so... Can't say much, but they are selling new arch drivers, and that one seems pretty good, so... I will buy a couple, just to... Gabriella here also has stuff to say. I don't particularly consider myself a citizen of the Republic since I live down here. As such, I wasn't planning to do anything for Revolution Day, but... well, everyone's going to be celebrating for the festival. I guess I kind of want to show it to Joda. I really want him to actually understand the world up top and have a proper upbringing. But it's kind of tough since I have to run my shop and all. Oh, excuse me. Oh look, it's Jack and Hallie. Water. Please, I need water. That's why I told you to watch how much you drink. We're not at our own place today, moron. Hey, it looks like you guys came to Edith too. You having fun? Oh, hey Van. We've been doing so much information broken recently that I thought we'd give ourselves a break. Yeah, I bet all the information's pointed to the capital. There's still a lot going on related to A, isn't there? Right. An organization that massive going down is going to lead to some pretty widespread fallout in the underworld. We won't know how far it reaches for a long time. That said, things are calming down faster than I expected. Maybe it's because the CID is making such quick work of their collaborators. Yeah, with all their big players being taken out so quickly, Order's returning to society's underbelly faster than you think. Of course, I don't think the influence from all the drugs they spread around is going to go away anytime soon. The drugs, huh? Oh, yeah, by the way, I hear some of the thugs they were contracting have been trying really hard to evade the feds. I heard that they have a holdout somewhere around Terrell, but just something to keep in mind, I guess. Near the Terrell district, you say? Well, I appreciate the tip. I'll leave you two here to have your fun. Try not to get more drunk than you already are, Jack. It seems like a lot of interesting people are gathering for the festival. It's a waste of time to keep watching over Jack, so maybe I'll have some fun to wander around the city in a bit. I found a bunch of booze here that you can't find in Langport or even at Bermati's, so I wanted to give them all a shot. I guess that was a bad idea. You still on the job? Well, make sure to pace yourselves, but keep up the hard work. Who the fuck is Brawny Joe? Is that you? Your name doesn't look like Brawny Joe. This guy. This guy looks like a Brawny Joe to me. Just 3 days left until the battle to decide this year's champion begins. My heart's racing. This is what it means to feel alive. I live for the thrill of getting hurt and hurting others. Ha ha ha. That's messed up, dude. Whoa, what the hell's going on over there?
Oh, look at that!
They all passed out.
Just what happened here?
Oh, I see. Looks like they tried to lay their hands on something they shouldn't have.
I see.
I guess they got their just desserts. Oh, snap. That is, definitely not a group you want to fuck with. Well, if it isn't Van and friends. Hello, Prince Shreed. Seems like you're really showing off down here. No, not at all. I had no hand in this whatsoever. These men were hitting on the girls. They tried to turn them down politely, but then the men started trying to get handsy and, well, as you can see. Women are rather terrifying creatures, I'll tell you that much.
You're terrible, Your Highness.
I was simply doing my job. Well, that aside, what exactly are you four doing together anyway?
His Highness and I have a few mutual friends, so we decided to meet up and introduce ourselves. As for her,
this woman claims she was passing by just by chance.
Can't blame me for taking a well-deserved vacation after all my work recently. I just want to hang around the capital and do some sightseeing until Revolution Day. I thought I might be able to find something pretty exciting over here, so I stopped on by. As it happens, I found a pretty interesting place with some pretty interesting people to talk to. It's probably fate that we met here. Come on, Miss Yin, Miss Bodyguard, how about we go for a round? I'm not really interested in...
Oh, that sounds interesting. Come on, Naja, have at her.
Prince Shreed.
Well, it's probably better that I do it before you say you want to fight her yourself.
Oh, that's actually a good idea. Hey, Van, how about we...
I'm gonna pass. I'm working. Great, even more monsters in the middle of Edith.
Aw, you're no fun. Guess we'll have to do it next time.
I'll think about it. No, you won't. Don't lie.
You seem busy as ever. With that fallout from A and the preparations for the festival and all that going on, you can't afford to slack off, can you? I can't help but feel like that's not all that's gonna happen in the capital right now. I just got the feeling it's gonna get a little crazy down here.
What the hell? Don't go jinxing us!
You're certainly an interesting one, Mr. Arkride. You've got something kind of like the unclouded eye too, don't you? Well, it seems a bit different. Still, you've got some special senses at least. Either way, I'm just here to enjoy Revolution Day. Nothing wrong with me having some fun, is there? Well, I know you're busy and all, but you sure you don't want to take a break and have some fun? You're welcome to cause trouble here whenever you want. I'm certainly surprised to see you in a place like this. But I did hear you were planning to visit back here after everything was said and done, didn't you? Yes, and along the way I found the chance to meet Prince Shreed. We both want to see the conclusion of everything that happened the other day with our own eyes. I see. Well, I suppose we should thank you again for all your help.
Yeah, we might have had that one scuffle, but aside from that, it sounds like you were doing a lot of work behind the scenes.
Right. Great job working with Heiwei to shut down Armada's affiliates. No, I just helped a little bit. It's not like I did anything too crazy. Besides, though I may live in Calvard or in Crossbell now, Calvard is and will always be my home. I'm honored to do a little bit to help this country out. Is that so? I take it you're on leave from your theater troupe, but are you planning to go back to them anytime soon? Yeah, I still need to keep doing performances now and then to keep up appearances of proper society. I'll probably be heading back to Crossbell in the afternoon of Revolution Day, once most of the festivities have wrapped up. I want to be there for the memorial service in Crail, and in general, I want to see what direction this country will be aiming for in the future. Of course, and I'm glad to hear you say that.
Well, if you head back to Crossbell, your days of working non-stop will begin all over again. So feel free to cut loose while you're here, at least for a little bit. You could learn a thing or two from slacking from that actress over there.
Excuse me? Since when have I been slacking off? Thank you. Maybe I will. I still have work to do in Crossbell, so I'll be heading back after the festival. But I'll be around here until then, so let me know if you need anything. We finished our business here. I'd rather not stand around in this garbage dump any longer. Of course, seeing how much the prince is enjoying himself, I don't think he has any intention of leaving anytime soon. Naja has it so rough. Oh, I should mention, Agnes. I was thinking of bringing the airship around for Revolution Day. I think it'd be fun to hold an event of the same sort, as a sign of unity between Calvard and the Principality. I'll give you a call when we have more details. Oh, your airship! He'll really let us ride the same one you lent us back in Irashian? Well, you don't seem to be messing with us. I look forward to the call. I certainly thought the Darklight District would be a fascinating place to explore, and this meeting has only made it more interesting. Despite what she may say, I think Naja herself is interested as well. Feel free to stay and watch the matches with us, if you so please. Alright, so that's, it's everyone I can talk to around here, right? Everyone I care to talk to, anyway. Alright then, well, let's go to Central Station. Ooh, excuse me. The other downside of Mountain Dew. Gives you the burps. The crazy burps. Let's just wait for all of our NPCs to pop in. Yeah, what's going on here? You're not a couple I tend to see out and about. Focus on your work, Lahad. Besides, it's not like we have that sort of relationship or anything. What's that? You started trailing off there, Regina. You know that's not what I meant. What are you two talking about? Anyway, great work with the cleanup in Messeldom. We're gonna be heading out on business today. We should only be gone for a night, but I'll leave the capital to you in our absence. Oh, you guys are gonna check out the suburbs, yeah? Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, but don't push yourselves too hard. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Oh, Regina. We can probably be done by evening if we handle things efficiently. Come on, Alvis, let's split up. Sounds good. You've been really enthusiastic recently, haven't you? Was that S-rank from Le Mans really that amazing? He sure was. He reminded me all over again of why I became a bracer in the first place. It's a real shame what would happen to Yuan, but we need to keep moving forward, for his sake. What happened to Yuan? Meeting that S-rank? They're really growing, aren't they? What happened was terrible. I can't really say I'm over it, but Yuan was an amazing bracer until the very end. If we want to honor his legacy, we need to keep moving forward. I'll show off just how much I learned from that S-rank and the others. Seems like you guys are going around dealing with the aftermath, too. Things have calmed down a bit, but Elaine still hasn't come back to work. But hey, at least Regina's in high spirits. We gotta make sure we do our part, too. Pretty cute to see them coming out and meeting each other. Man, it reminds me of the old days when Zin was first watching over them. More importantly, it looks like they've gotten their own chances to really grow these past few weeks. But they still haven't quite figured out that love life yet. Well, Revolution Day is coming up. Let's see if the sparks start flying then. Oh dear. Anyway, let's talk to Lab Coat Lady. Okay. I don't think I've ever been this grateful to experience Revolution Day before. Even back in Basel, classes are resuming and most people's research is back on track. I need to keep moving forward too. Professor Callahan might never come back to us, but that's even more reason for us to pour our all into his research, for his sake. Oh, looks like the idols are here.
Move, move, go, go, go to the moon. Thank you so much, everyone. My heart's still pounding, so don't stare too much. We'll be doing a performance on Revolution Day. Make sure you come by and watch. Oh, it's those two again. To think they're back together, and so perfectly in sync. They call themselves idols, yes? They really are as sacred as their title implies. I need to go. Wait, no, I can't let myself be consumed by worldly desires. Look, I think if we had a nun idol, people would go absolutely insane. I can't do it. I just need to clear my mind of all worldly thoughts so I can focus on Revolution Day and the memorial service. And I just finished confessing my sins, too. But why is my heart pounding like this? Are they doing a concert on Revolution Day, too? Adio, save me! What should I do? You should stop overreacting. Alright, Nate, what are you doing? You know, I managed to get the afternoon off on Revolution Day, so I was thinking, maybe I'll finally take my girlfriend out for a date. Really? I'm sure she'd appreciate that. But you know, should you really be messing around with us right now? Even if you got half the day off on Revolution Day, aren't you supposed to be working normally today? You should probably return to your post. Wait though, the last time you went on a date was the film festival, right? You can't tell me you've been ignoring your girlfriend ever since then, have you? Oh man, why you gotta ask me the tough questions? Man, all the women in Terrell have particular tastes, and the female officers are always really tough on me. Finding a girl with a different job for me instead of trying to start up a workplace relationship was definitely the right call. Oh, looks like Isla's back. That's good. So we're finally back at peace. I still don't know how to deal with these things, so I kind of acted out of line, but the owner and my manager kept level heads and guided me. I'm so glad I chose to start working here. Oh. Anyway, let's see what they have for sale. Oh god. Oh, they got a new arts driver. And look, it's nothing but empty slots. So you can put whatever the hell you want on that. That kind of seems really good. But I'm not even going to bother equipping it. I might as well buy up all the... just so I have them. Alright. And let's see if we can unlock anything. Nope. 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 Okay, I don't have enough to unlock anything there. Oh, but Burgard's has an empty slot that I just don't have filled. So let's go and do that while I'm around here. Might as well just give him the action one. Alright, let's talk with Wesley and Ilhan here. I'm putting the finishing touches on my special latte for Revolution Day over here. You have anything special planned for the department store? That's right, we're going to have a performance with some big-name artists and musicians on the terrace. Or so I'm hoping, but it's tough to get anything put together on such short notice. It's kind of embarrassing. I might have to put off that plan until New Year's. Oh, but using it as an event space? That's a great idea. Live concerts have been all the rage recently. In that case, maybe you could set up some mini attractions for kids. I'm sure it'll be really popular with all the customers that bring their kids shopping. Wow, that's a brilliant idea. Amazing, Ilhan. You're such a great manager. I'm glad I have you here as my rival. Rival? No, nothing. Pay it no mind. Mr. Ilhan's inventiveness is really something else. It's almost surprising how hard he can be at picking up on other things. Well, either way, I suppose I have other rivals, such as those at Trion Mall. In fact, they're probably in bigger competition with me. I'll need to keep borrowing Mr. Ilhan's wisdom in order to beat them. He has nothing new, so let's just talk to him. Wesley's a really nice guy. He seems to be working on a lot of new plans. I gotta make sure I catch up too. Iota's doing pretty well, so maybe I could start looking at expanding into a new business. Oh look, it's Olivia and McCree. Let's talk to them again. I'm glad I was able to make it back in time for Revolution Day, just as planned. But everyone back home seems to be in a real tizzy. I can't believe that Mr. Auclair and Mr. Dartier were both tied to the incident. Well, I'm sure things will calm down a bit after the festivities passed. My master's been buried with work trying to clean up the mess the arrest of Mr. Edmund and Mr. Dartier left him. I believe he'll be attending a ceremony related to the Revolution Day in Arashian. His wife's supposed to be representing him here in Edith, but I wonder if she even remembers. Probably not. They know I don't. Whoa. Alright, so talk to Lilian here. Well, hello everyone. I see you're all back together again. Back on the job? Sounds like you've wrapped up the whole Mafia situation, so we're all able to enjoy a nice, safe Revolution Day. Hey, there's still some leftovers to deal with, so it's not like we can all rest completely easy. And since Heiwei's so involved in settling things, the whole situation still reeks. Well, they're balancers in the underworld, so I'd still call it good news. Having them running the show is way better than having Armada still around. I don't like Heiwei much either, but they're still way better than Armada. With Revolution Day coming up so soon, I'm praying things will remain peaceful. Again, nothing really new. Just the same old stuff. Same old, same old. Also, new armor, apparently. Plop that on Van, because he needs the defense boosts. And I guess, Anya's kind of needs defense boost, too. Eh. Okay, no, this is the line. Sorry. I was confused since it seemed to be taking me to somebody else's line, but no. That's actually who it's supposed to be. Oh, hey, Van. I heard you guys were involved in the stuff that happened in Arashian. I hear Marduk and Zect Arms and a bunch of other people are there, too. Sounds like a real sketchy lineup. I guess a weapons dealer would get some solid info on it. Doubt I have to explain what happened there to you. Probably not. Well, either way, Armada's gone now. Things should be a bit more calm in the underworld. At least for a little bit. Plus, now you've gotten revenge for Kana. Speaking of, how are you holding up, Kana? Honestly, it took me a while to really hit me that they were dead when I first got the news. But Sylvie's taken such good care of me, and thanks to her I've been able to take my mind off of things. I'm really torn out about what happened at Krail, and I'll never be able to forgive the people that did it, but I think I've been able to straighten things out. Hey, there's no need to rush to do anything. I can take care of you as long as you need. I just hope you can keep doing what you can for that kid, at least. Yeah, Lashkar's really been on edge. I hope he's doing okay. Right now he's with the church and they're taking good care of him, but I'm probably the only one who can really sympathize with him. I see. It's not something he can get over so easily. We'll keep it in mind if we see him. Look, you can leave Kana to me. I'll take good care of her. I'm planning to continue her training too, of course. I finally got myself a disciple. I'm not gonna half-ass it. Lashkar's really gone off the rails recently. I keep visiting him every day, but I can't blame him. After what happened to Annie and Kent, I want to support him however I can. Alright, so our favorite movie buff is here. Oh, this angle's perfect! I can get the perfect shot of Central Station, and if I just add some narration, it'll seem like the start of a real movie! Then I just need to edit the film. It seems tough, but maybe Ren knows a thing or two about it. Hey, is your friend planning to make a movie on her own? She seems really into it. Yeah, she's been really excited ever since she bought that camera. She seems intent on making something that she can show off at the Scholastic Festival. Man, nothing beats finally getting to try all the camera techniques I've always loved firsthand. I was able to get my hands on a good camera, even if it was used. Now I just gotta figure out how video editing works. Here's the tip, it doesn't. No, that's that's not true. Oh, speaking of, strange combinations of people. Hey, Director Gotch, what are you doing here? Hey, it's you kids! Haven't seen you all since Thawbad. How's it hanging? Oh, you're here too, Director Gotch? Oh, and you're hanging around with Judith now. Things just sort of happened and... More importantly, why are you hanging out with the feds? Oh, well, the government actually asked me to lend a hand with staging some of the events for Revolution Day. I see. I guess even with all the shit that went down, your work at the film festival was really something. It only worked out thanks to you kids. Well, I just hope nothing like what happened at Tharbad happens this time. I wish we're not that unlucky. Well, as you of all people should know by now, we've confirmed that A's been wiped out. I'm sure we'll be fine, unless we get hit by something completely out of left field. They've got a few remnants scurrying about, but we can lock down anything they'd pull pretty easily. I gotcha. So you're discussing how to deploy security during the events? More or less. Well, that's why they're meeting with us. Giscard? Ez? I knew you were helping out with the festival, but I assumed it would be remotely. Nope, it's been a while since we talked in person. The Institute sent me out here to help manage the equipment for the ceremony. Ah, yeah, I hear they're going to be unveiling something after the speech. You must have a lot on your plates. You think so too, Van? It's not even my specialty, I just don't know what they're thinking. Oh, it's fine if I just call you Van, right? It doesn't really bother me, no. Awesome! So you can call me Ez, just like Katra does. I'll pass on that, thanks. I think she has a really hard time judging personal distance. She's just quick to warm up to everyone she meets. Think that genius friend of yours is going to be there for the unveiling? Oh, I don't know. Yong's pretty busy with another project right now. But I'll be at the ceremony at least. So will Professor Hamilton. For real? Maybe if we get time, all four of us can meet up. Oh, that sounds like fun. On another note, Esmeralda, Kayla. Yes? Is something the matter? Quite the opposite. My eyes don't deceive me. You two are both loaded with your own unique appeal, especially sex appeal. What do you say? Why don't you come with me on a venture into the world of sex and spectacle? I have work to attend to, so I'll have to refuse. I'm not even remotely interested. What? Is Judith all that's left for me? Wait a minute. What sort of plans do you have in mind this time? Some people never change. Gotch asked me to get the equipment for him so we can have all the ceremony in front of Trion Tower. It's a real pain in the ass having him make me go around doing this and that just 3 days out. But I have to commend his will to keep pushing his work until he's satisfied with it. I'll do what I can to help him out.
The official events for Revolution Day will be the ceremony and the memorial mass at the cathedral. Even with Aegon, we'll still be keeping security high just to be safe. If they still had power, a day like this would be an easy target for them. I really can't say how relieved I am that they're gone.
I really can't let this chance go to waste. I could find some way to work something erotic into the ceremony. Hey, Judith, what do you say to coming in with some lewd outfit and...
No. I'm gonna have to turn you down on that. Oh, Director Gotch is pretty famous, right? There aren't any cinemas near the Institute, so I haven't seen too many movies. Maybe I'll take the chance to go watch one if I got some free time on Revolution Day.
Alright. To the guild. Or as the homies like to call it, the Gild. I don't know why the homies like to call it that, but who am I to judge what the homies do with their lives? So yeah, talk to Hazel here. Oh, how are you all? The cleanup from last incident's been more troublesome than I imagined. The stragglers have been using dummy information and the sort in order to cover their tracks. But the fact that Elaine was able to resolve things in a ration almost perfectly is the biggest relief I've had in a while. And she decided to stay with us in the guild. I couldn't be happier. President Auclair is saving us a lot of hassle by swallowing his pride and agreeing to testify. There's still plenty of other things that caught my attention though, such as the whole incident with Gray. But hey, things have calmed down now. That's enough to make the old man happy for today. Alright, so Gray's upstairs. I got a real dressing down for deciding to go off my own to a ration without permission. But they've decided to recall my suspension, so now I'm just busy asking everyone here to forgive me. Frankly, I'm glad I got to go there and see the Mafia's destruction with my own 2 eyes. But Lahad said he needs to train me all over again. Sin and Hazel really scolded me once all was said and done. But as much as I'm glad I did it, I am genuinely sorry for causing everyone so much concern. But now's the time for me to turn over a new leaf. I'll have to make sure to keep giving it my all. Alright, so there should be a Spriggan request for us to do. So let's finally go check that out. Looks like some Spriggan requests are available. Something Dingo left for us. I'm Cunning, the editor of Meld. We probably don't have the best reputation. Still, I have something related to one of our writers, the late Dingo Brad. If you're interested, come to the 2nd floor of the Orbital Cafe in Central Station. I'm submitting this as a formal request to your office. Meld Editor-in-Chief, Cunning. This is... Anyway, I should probably look through the rest of these. Memorial Park Monster Extermination. A dangerous monster has appeared in the depths of the Dirk Memorial Park's forest, the Ganatus nubia. We'd like for you to dispose of it in our place. The Bracer Guild. Memorial Park Monster Extermination, add to the to-do list. I think that's it for requests today. Van. Meld's that top gossip magazine where your reporter friend worked, right? Have you ever met their editor? Well, I've gotten some info from him before, but we've never talked face to face. Frankly, he always seemed like a pain in the ass, so I kept my distance. Looks like I've got no choice but to meet him now, though.
Right, I definitely think you should.
Well, the Orbital Cafe is right over there. He might already be waiting for us.
Well, we can head over there when you're ready.
We're gonna deal with the monster extermination side quest first. Yeah, so there's... It's just in the side quest tab, but there's not much to say about this guy. I'm gonna save before I get into the fight, though. So yeah, I probably have enough time to do these side quests and maybe a connect event afterwards. I'll have to end this a bit earlier than usual since I'm going to be busy in the morning, so I need to get some sleep. Large monsters prowling around. Kick its ass. There's a fair bit of health, but oh, I put Judith out of the speed bubble. That's my mistake. Yeah, they definitely don't give you the best first impression of Judith. And it's like, all the characters just call her names, and it's just like, that's not fair. She doesn't deserve all that. I mean, I think she went overboard in slapping Van, but, like, come on. Oh, he buffed himself? Dang. Alright, that wasn't too bad. First, that's the power of S-Crafts for you. The monster dropped reverse, which I assume is an arch driver. 7,000 Mira. And we got some long gray points. I also got a thing. I don't know what that trophy's for, but it's cool. That must have been for getting all the arch drivers, right? I guess so. Okay, so we got some EP charges for that. So this must be the reverse arch driver. Looks like a healing one with a lot of empty slots for other stuff. And then this is Innocence, which is just, hey, you've got 8 empty slots. Go nuts. Pick whatever you like. Alright, but that was our side quest taken care of. Let's go deal with the semi-required required quest. Just gotta wait for our friends to pop in. There we go. So you're the guy, huh? You look just like how Dingo described you. I'm Van Arkride. I take it you're Meld's editor-in-chief? Yep, name's Cunnin. I've known Dingo for about 7 years now. Told me a lot about you. And it seems like you really made a splash in the old capital, yeah? Sorry, I've got no clue what you're talking about. I thought our involvement in Irration's supposed to be a secret. Yes, the authorities said it'd all be covered up. He's probably just trying to get us to bite and let something slip. Seems like he's not a straightforward guy to work with. Well, that's not why we're here anyway. It's not like I could use that story even if it was. The main reason we're here is for the request I put up on the message board. How interested would you guys be in finding Dingo's journal? So, you got a lead on it? He had a journal? Well, he was a reporter. Maybe he used it to write down special information he got while working as an information broker. It's likely he used it for both. A few weeks ago, right before Dingo went to Crail, we had an exchange. I was telling him that he was clearly getting involved in some dangerous shit, but he was looking for trouble. So, joking around, I asked him, "You got a will ready?" Oh, that's... well, I didn't think something would actually happen to him just 4 days later. But I remember what he told me. After I said that to him, he gave me a wry smile and said, "Closest thing I've got to a will's my journal. I left it to someone else, so if you need anything from me, go send out a Spriggan request or something." Damn, so he really... The last of the 3 things he left behind. The others being the images of Crail and his camera. But sorry, if you called me out here hoping I had it, I don't. He never gave me anything like that. Yeah, I figured as much. But I figured a Spriggan request was probably... You're the man Dingo trusted the most. You're probably the one who could find it, too. Huh? Even if it seems like the feds are controlling the narrative a bit, it looks like Armada's really been taken care of. I doubt there's anything there worth writing an article about, so I really don't plan to go looking into it myself. But he told me about it himself, so it'd probably just be wrong of me to just forget about it. So instead of me going and leaving some flowers at his grave, I'll pony up the money and set out a Spriggan request on his behalf. So, what do you say, Spriggan? Want to find Dingo's last memento, his journal? Or are you gonna pass on this one? Gotta find out the truth about Dingo. It's also a required quest, so you don't have a choice. Come on, guys. Of course I'll do it. But I'd like to ask you a bit more in depth about it, though, if that's okay. Did he say anything about who that someone he left it to was? Yeah, I tried asking him about it, but all he said was... It's with someone who knows about as much about my past as you do, I think. Huh, that'd probably be... Well, that's some exciting shit. Well, what did he mean about his past exactly? Well, even I've only heard a few tidbits about it from him, but... Just how much do you know about it? Also just a little bit. Probably less than you. Mostly that he was living in Messeldom before he drifted his way into the capital 7 years ago. So that would mean... It's been some time, Dingo Brad. Putting aside our brief encounter in Tharbad. I suppose it's been since you were just a lonely information broker in Messeldom. Ever since you were leading the syndicate under Enrique. They did have an exchange like that in their video from Crail. I see. That's a pretty good first hint. Well, do your best out there. My break's over. I've got a scoop I need to get ready in time for Revolution Day. I'll give you my contact info, so feel free to call me if you find the journal. Like I said, if you manage to find it, I'll wire you the fee in lieu of the flowers. Sounds good. We'll take care of the rest then. So, what's the plan? Frankly, I don't think we have enough information to go on. We need to find someone who knows about as much as Dingo's past as his editor, right? In that case, I would say Van, Jack, and Bermotti all know too much. And Ren probably knows too much as well. Exactly. An information broker or anyone with information rivaling theirs would be out. On the other hand, any performers like myself or Nino would probably just have a general profile of who he is. He always seemed more polite than the average gossip magazine journalist, but he came off as really mysterious. Yeah, he was the kind of guy to draw a tough line around that sort of stuff. Even Jack, Bermotti, and I tried not to pry too much. It's clear now that he had some sort of involvement back with Gerard when he lived in Messeldom. But for some reason he left, came to Edith, and started a new life as a reporter. I imagine if we can get his journal, he'll finally shine some light on what exactly happened to him back then. I can finally expose everything Dingo's been hiding, everything he's carried on his own for all that time. Van? Are you sure you want to do this? Of course, I accepted the request. I'm not going to back down now. Well then, let's think here. Who would be a good middle ground? A middle ground? Yeah, like someone who's pretty friendly with him, but not really a source of information. Who's the first person you'd think of? Oh! Well, she is a reporter, but she's only been at it for a year, and she doesn't know much about the underworld. So you mean... Yeah, let's go pay a little visit to the Terrell District. We should be able to find her here, as long as she's not out covering something. Got it. That son of a bitch, he stuck us with a bill! I guess that's business in the gossip industry for you. Well, it doesn't hurt to pay it as thanks for all the information he gave us, right? Anyas, you're too kind. Alright, so talk to the police officers here. I don't know what you're up to, Fixer, but I guess we both got through the troubles of the past few months together. We at the police have been trying to sniff out anyone left who has ties to Armada, but even that's wound down. Speaking of which, we didn't see you at all while everything was happening. Karen was really worried. No, I wasn't worried. I was just thinking that he might have been connected to everything that was happening and... Oh, so you had a little request for me? I assume that's been resolved by now. Let me guess, you needed help trying to sniff out some of the remnants during the state of emergency. Nice work wrapping it up without me. Well, in the end, we didn't do all that much to put an end to Armada's operations. We mostly just did stuff like disperse onlooks during raids or asking citizens for their cooperation in other ways. The big stuff mostly fell under the CID's jurisdiction. Things have settled down now, but I guess that just means people will be even more busy on Revolution Day. Even when we were on high alert, people here in the Terrell District were acting rationally and orderly. If they're just as cooperative on Revolution Day, then we'll really just have to look out for tourists. With the case of the Mafia calming down, it's time to turn our sights towards Revolution Day. There were a lot of big incidents this year, but we'll do our best to make sure the citizens can enjoy it. Alright, let's go find Mariel. Thankfully, she happens to be here. Oh, hey Van. Everyone, great work in Arashian. Not at all. You were a big help yourself. It was thanks in part to you that we were able to get that airship. Let's just call it even. Seems like you were pretty busy for a while after that, though. Yeah, even with things looking up in Arashian, I decided to stay and cover some of the issues that still need to be brought to light. I think I've finally been able to do my job as a reporter and expose the truth for once. Well, I'm glad to hear that then. I'm sure Dingo would be too. Thanks. Little by little, I'll keep getting closer to his level. So, what business do you have here? Do you need something from the Terrell Times? No, we were actually here for you personally. We got a Spriggan request concerning none other than Dingo. Huh? What do you mean by that? We met a man who told us about the editor-in-chief Cunning from Meld. Dingo's mentioned him before to me, but I've never actually met him myself. So Dingo left behind a journal, huh? He never told you anything about it? Even if he never just flat out said he had a journal, did he mention anything that might be related to it? Oh, no, actually. I think I may have seen that journal myself. Wait, really? When would that have been? As you know, I used to push myself on Dingo and follow him around a lot. One day when we were eating lunch together, and I was asking him about the ins and outs of covering a story, and he noted something down in a black leather notebook. I asked him what he had there, and he told me honestly. It's just a journal. I use it for both my job as a reporter and as an informant. I don't think there's any doubt left to be had. At bare minimum, we know that the thing exists now. I kept bugging him to show it to me, but as you can probably guess, he turned me down. I started pouting about it, but he just smiled a bit and flicked me on the head and said to me, "Well, maybe someday I'll show it to you. Though I'll be working damn hard to make sure it doesn't come to that." Oh. So he'd probably already resolved himself for what he was going to do. Well, if he said something like that, he definitely wouldn't have taken with him when he went to Krail. The CID has probably already poked around his house, but from what Rune said, they didn't find anything of note. He probably left it with someone, or hid it somewhere else. I know I already asked, but did he say anything else that stuck out? Even if it doesn't seem like it's related. Do you know of anyone he might have entrusted his journal to? It's probably not an information broker like Bermati. Can you think of any other friends he might have had? Right, well, thinking about what his editor told you. Oh, I've got an idea. You think of something? Yes, well, it might be completely off base, but sometimes Dingo collected information on the sex industry for his reports in Meld. Oh, I guess he would. Some gossip magazines do talk about that sort of stuff after all. The sex industry? What did they make there? She means adult stuff. Looks like you got a hard time dealing with that sort of thing. I scolded Dingo about it before, but... You shouldn't go looking into lewd things! Look, as long as there's a demand for a story, it's a reporter's job to tell it. Plus, if I look into this, I may be able to find some clues on how we can shut down the Mafia's illegal sex trafficking. I guess. By the way, you wouldn't have happened to use those sorts of services in the past, would you? No. I've never gone to a brothel besides reporting and gathering information. Look, I've been really busy recently. I need to rely more on some of my old contacts. Of course, as a reporter, it's not exactly praiseworthy, but... I see. Still, if you wanted to, you could always rely on me for help. If I want to... What? Nothing! Anyway, what sort of old contacts are you talking about? Well, I've got a friend who happens to be a brothel madame. Runs a bunch of places in a certain district. A brothel madame? You mean a woman? Huh? I mean, yeah. What else would she be? I need more reference material. If I want to write about society, take me to meet her, please! But in the end, he told me it was still too early for me to go to a place like that. But knowing what I do now, I could probably take a guess what district she's in. I'd be surprised if it were anywhere else. Yeah, and I could probably even guess who it is. I never knew she was an old friend of Dingo's, though. We did see a certain shop there that had a certain air to it. So, we're heading to the Darklight District? Yeah, certainly doesn't hurt to pay them a visit at least. If we're lucky, we might find some clues. Everyone, excuse me.
Do you mind if I come along with you? Well, you're aware of how dangerous the Darklight District is, aren't you? Right, I learned that last time. But if you're still searching for a journal that Dingo left behind, then it's not like this doesn't concern me, does it?
Well, maybe someday I'll show it to you. Though I'll be working damn hard to make sure it doesn't come to that.
What do you say, Van?
Well, you did help us out giving us some useful information. Just don't go wandering off on your own, okay? If you can do that, we'd appreciate the help.
Oh, of course! Thank you so much!
Mariel has temporarily joined the party. Alright then, let's go talk to the brothel madame. Guess we have to walk all the way over here.
Well, well.
It's not our first time bumping into one another, but I never knew you were an old friend of Dingo's. So, were you the one who helped him investigate Armada's sex trafficking ops?
Yes, well, we never really made a big fuss out of it. Easier for us to get around that way. But I've known him for over 10 years at this point. We both used to live up north in Messeldom.
Just like I thought.
How did the two of you meet? Back then, I was just a low-class escort, and he was a startup information broker. He brought up some of the information I got on the job, and in exchange did stuff to help me out. Basically, he scratched my back, I scratched his. Right, that makes sense.
Dingo didn't do journalist work back then, did he?
He was mostly just a gopher for different powers in the underworld. He was still pretty young and naive. Though even back then, he was friends with a reporter from the local paper, and always showed interest in his work. It was about 8 years ago now that I came to Edith and started establishing my foothold here. When I did, he gave me some useful intel and contacts I could use as a parting gift. It really helped me out.
Really? Well, that definitely sounds like the guy.
He really helped out a lot of people, didn't he?
Sounds like it.
After that, something happened in Messeldom, and he wound up coming here himself. I was relieved to see that he was finally be blessed with a fresh start and a new career. You really never know which way life will go, do you? I wonder if he caught the goddess's eye or something.
He just might have.
Do you know what that something that happened in Messeldom was? No, I'm sorry. I was already in Edith by then, so anything I could tell you is just hearsay. That said, I have some information that might help you find his journal. Really?
It should be a black leather notebook. Have you seen it before?
Yes, he was trying to find a safe place to keep it. I offered to hold on to it for him, but he wouldn't let me. He was probably looking out for my safety, considering he was up against Armada. Though I remember him muttering something like, "If it comes down to it, I'll just ask him while I'm heading out." That was 3 days before the incident in Krail. Oh. So it was right before he left? He'd asked someone when he was leaving, was it? On that note, how did Dingo get to Krail exactly?
Well, he owned a car, but he didn't like to use it much. He was always afraid it could be monitored. Normally when you head out to the countryside, he'd go by train, or bus, even airship from time to time. That said, he figured out where Armada would be acting and went out there all alone, from what we know. Wouldn't he have wanted to avoid public transit to avoid catching anyone's eye? Yeah, exactly. He was so paranoid that he wouldn't even use his own car. In that case, the most likely option is... So I don't know what all the choices would be, but they're probably bus, taxi, something, airship. The correct answer is the third one. He used a taxi cab. It would cost him a lot of money, but there's one way he could have gotten there that would have been fairly flexible and would catch fewer eyes than using public transit. I think he took a taxi to get there. Oh. I suppose it's not uncommon for people to take taxis a bit out of the city and into the suburbs. And it'd be impossible for Armada to monitor every single taxi going in and out of the city. If that was his concern, that means he probably used a privately run taxi, not one associated with a company, don't you think? A private run taxi with no ties to any corporations. It would seem to be the most flexible option. You're probably right. I don't know them myself, but I'm sure he knew a taxi driver or two personally. Sounds to me like he used to be with him a lot. You know who that might have been? Now that you mention it, I remember seeing him taking a taxi while going out on a story a few times. It was usually black with a yellow stripe. The driver always struck me as a bit of a weirdo. Oh, that might be useful info. Yeah, we'll keep that all in mind. Thanks a bunch, mistress. Ooh, excuse me. I'll make sure to pay you back for the favor sometime. Yes, thank you very much. Happy to help. I look forward to your continued patronage. Dingo talked about both of you a lot, Mr. Fixer and Miss Reporter. I'm sure he'll be happy if you two can find that journal of his. Go out there and get it. We will. Yeah, we've come this far. I'm sure it's almost within our reach. Black taxi with the yellow stripe, huh? Didn't know Dingo was friendly with him, too. He's normally in the central station, but I wonder if he's out eating lunch at this time of day. Maybe I should go check around some of the food stands at the other districts. Man, I didn't think Giordano, the man, the myth, the legend, would actually be involved in this quest. Anyway, the game basically is like, hey, maybe you should check other districts. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, he's in the Satan district. Shh, don't worry about it. Anyway, let's go confront him, and once I wrap up this quest, I'm either going to end it there, or I'll do the connect event I get, depending on how I feel. There it is! A black taxi with a yellow stripe. This must be the one. Then the driver's gotta be around here somewhere. Let's go find him. Ooh, wabi sabi, what? Oh, really? The big boy and the cute girl. You've actually come to ask about him and his notebook? Oh. So, you're the guy. You're working with Dingo, then. That's right. I've been a hired taxi for people in the underworld and all around Calvard for a while now. I met Dingo a while back when I was hauling some shady guys and their supplies. I think that was more than 10 years back. He would have been in his late teens. I see. Do you know about his ties with Armada from back then? Of course I do, boy. It's exactly because I knew about all that I was willing to drive him so far out into the suburbs that day. I dropped him off, and then he took a local bus and went straight for Crail. Of course, I still regret it. If I knew that was going to happen to him, I never would have done it. Oh. It's not your fault. Yeah, it's all that bastard Gerard and his lackey's faults. Sure, but... Anyway, the bad boy bit in the old capital, right? I'm sure Dingo's relieved up in heaven right now. After all, that guy only became the boss of Armada after booting his predecessor from the organization. I'm sure Dingo always regretted giving him the info to help him do that. I see. So that's how they know each other. I don't mean to defend what he did, but to be fair, back then Gerard had a reputation as a pretty honest and humane guy. His predecessor was petty and narrow-minded, not very well liked either. It was rational for Dingo, as young as he was, to back Gerard. So of course, when he got information that could lead to the man's downfall, He handed it over to Gerard without a second thought. But as a result, Armada fell into the hands of a complete demon.
A demon? That's not far from the truth.
Well, I only heard all that secondhand, so that's about all the details I know about that. But I'm guessing you're here because you think Dingo entrusted me with his journal.
Yeah, that's right. Please, will you let us have it?
Well, I'd love to, but I can't.
Do you have some sort of condition before you're willing to?
What? Don't tell me the guy asked you to hand it to someone else. No, not at all. He wanted it to end up with a Spriggan boy or the newbie reporter girl. So he said that, if worst came to worst, he wanted me to give you this.
Received a locker key. Oh. A key of some sort?
It looks like a key to a station locker. Probably at a subway? Yeah, he said it'd be at the subway that'd be easiest for the boy to get to, I think. No clue which that one is, though.
I see. The easiest one for Van, huh?
Well, I guess we finally know where it is.
He must mean the one near your office, right?
Yep, guess that's settled then. Let's get going. I owe you big time for this, Giordano. I'll hit you up next time I feel like going for a taxi ride. Sounds good. Call me when you're drunk or high or just feel like taking a ride. The only thing he told me to do was to give that big boy the key. Hopefully you can find what Dingo left for you. Ooh, excuse me. The key the taxi driver gave us is probably a locker to the station. Are you ready to check it out, Mariel? Sorry, that's supposed to be a gulping sound.
Yeah, I'm ready as I'll ever be. Let's head inside then.
Van, his helpers, and Marielle all went down to the subway to check the lockers. Finding one that matched the number on the key, they opened it and, just as expected, found a black leather notebook inside. They decided to go somewhere quiet in order to check its contents. It doesn't say much about Dingo himself, but he really was impressive, huh?
Of course. To think he gathered so much information on Armada all on his own.
It's probably his way of making up for helping Gerard become the boss. According to this, Gerard killed his predecessor and his whole family.
That's terrible. So this is the burden that Dingo's had to carry all this time? But even then, none of that was Dingo's fault. Yet he still blamed himself and refused to ever return to proper society. And instead he helped spend his time helping a naive klutz like me get her start.
Looks like there's information on the overseers we dealt in Arashion, too. Yeah, let's take a look. Damn. Alright. Viola. Female, age 26. From the Middle East, born to a small noble family near Kadath. Following the expansion of the city-state of Varus around the coast, Kadath was annexed, and Viola's family fell into ruin. She was soon sold off to a wealthy merchant. Eventually, the merchant was attacked by a gang, who took Viola into their custody, where she became the boss's personal plaything. However, she managed to overthrow the boss after a time and took over his organization. From there, she made a name for herself as a vicious and cruel leader. 2 years later, she tried to move into the Republic, but ended up head-to-head with Armada. Gerard completely destroyed her organization, but she swore allegiance to him and joined his mafia. Because of this complex history, she seemed incredibly dependent on Gerard. She feels a strong sense of animosity towards her colleague Melchior, whom Gerard greatly favors. The needle gun she used seems to be a product of Zect Arms. However, it's not an item they offer officially on the market, and should be investigated more thoroughly. Alexander, male, age 35. From the northeast, the former Principality of Northumbria. The Salt Pail incident, which resulted in the collapse of the country, occurred when he was only 5 years old. His father, as a trusted bodyguard to the royal family, took his son and then ruler, Prince Balmond, and fled the country. He seems to have spent most of his boyhood in the independent state of Tathlum. He learned the traditional combat style of the Principality from his father, and continued to serve the royal family even while stuck in a foreign land. However, things changed dramatically when he turned 25. The Northern Jaegers had acted as a pillar to support the now independent state of Northumbria, and when their leader died, Balmond ordered Alexander and his father to go and reclaim their land. Thus they returned and besieged the former capital of Haliask, taking control for a time. However, they were soon surrounded and the Northern Jaegers made a counterattack. Balmond, in an act that seemed insane, ordered Alexander and his father to slaughter countless citizens to make an example of them. Alexander and his father, unable to agree on what to do, got into a violent altercation. In the end, only Alexander was left alive, and Prince Balmond, who had fled the scene on his own, was captured and never heard from again. This is just my conjecture, of course, but it seems like he was quietly executed by the Northern Jaegers. For a while after that, Alexander moved from one Jaeger group to another, before finally being welcomed into Armada as one of his overseers by Gerard. The man himself seems to have great fortitude and is rather restrained, though in combat he is ruthless and shows his opponents no mercy. As a man just looking for a place to die, attempting to convince him to abandon Armada seems futile. His weapon of choice, machine gauntlets, also seem to have been made by Zect Arms. However, they appear nowhere in their official line of products. Alright, so Melchior's hanging out with Zect Arms? That's my read on the situation. So this is Olympia. Female, age 19. Though I know little about her, it would seem she was born in a hidden village somewhere in eastern Zemuria. According to what I heard, that village was home to a cult of heretical puppeteers that worshipped an angel-shaped puppet as a god. I'd wager the puppet was some sort of artifact. Regardless, the angel was assigned a caretaker, referred to as a shrine maiden. In a pretty messed up custom, that girl's friends and family members would be offered to the angel as sacrifices. However, something happened following the ritual, and the village was destroyed. Olympia and the angel wandered aimlessly for a time, unsure of what to do with themselves. There are a few reports of thugs who tried to molest a pair of traveling girls being slaughtered from around that time. Not long after, she was invited to the organization of assassins known as the Garden by Wardens Melchior and Emperor. Here she became known as the Warden of Gold, but it seems she mostly just went with the flow. This is more conjecture on my behalf, but given her demeanor, it seems likely to me that after the incident in the village, she somehow became emotionally dependent on the angel, diluting her personal will and emotion. Though the Garden and Armada's collaboration is extremely dangerous, it could perhaps lead to a chance for her to reclaim her lost will and emotions. Unfortunately, that's probably just wishful thinking, given how low the odds of that would be. Also because she's dead, because I killed her. Alright, number 4, Aryok. Aryok, male, age, over 150? Unlike the other overseers and wardens, there have been few sightings of Aryok. However, what few reports there have been identify him as a massive man donning a suit of armor who calls himself the Garden's Warden of Rust. All the information I can find on him is a complete mess, most of it rather hard to believe. Perhaps the most absurd being the claim that he's actually over 150 years old. They say that he was a resident of a large kingdom beyond the Kunlun and Ishgal ranges that met its end over 130 years ago, the Holy Iska Empire. The kingdom had 9 guardians that served to protect the emperor. According to rumors I heard in the east, among them was a member of the Rago clan, a group of whites who had come from western Zemuria. Is that really what it says, whites? Okay. I would assume they go with immigrants, but okay. At one point I thought it was just a bunch of nonsense, but after learning the truth of Erebonia's Lance Maiden and the Immortals in Erebonia, I started to think it might carry some weight. His choice of weapon seems to be an oddly shaped battle axe. Given the fact that he may be immortal, and considering the garden welcomed him with open arms, I think it's more likely than not that his armor is an artifact of some kind. It's highly likely that he was the one responsible for wiping out Eisenschild's forces outside of Krail, though I'll need to look more into that next time I'm out gathering intel. So yeah, we get to learn a lot about all these assholes, and they're all really fucked up. And some of them have some really sad points to them. Melchior, male, age 21. Both is an overseer of Armada and the Garden's Warden of Thorns. This young man is perhaps the worst of the bunch. Like the other wardens, he too possesses an artifact of his own, that being his bombs. These bombs can be created endlessly, and on top of his ability, he's quite talented when it comes to utilizing orbital technology. He's Gerard's right-hand man, and according to one source, possibly his lover? Regardless, he seems to be the brains of many of Armada's operations, ensuring that their goals are realized. Though I'm not certain on his background, it seems possible that he actually shares a common history with a certain Anguis of Ouroboros. That is to say, I believe they both belong to an assassin group known as the Order of the Moonlight Horse, one that is said to have been around since the Middle Ages. But they fell following a dispute with the society. I'm fairly interested in the power and destructive capability of the Anguis in question, Oathbreaker, but that's something to look into another time. I believe that man trained Melchior when he was a child. If I'm correct, he would eventually take his talents and join up with the remnants of arguably the worst cult in Zemurian history. It wouldn't be wrong to call him the Prince of the Underworld. The fact that such a dangerous young man has taken such great interest in Gerard and sworn allegiance to him terrifies me. Furthermore, I'm interested in why he stayed around Krail on his own after slaughtering Eisenschild's squadron and turning them into ghouls. Krail might be known for its pretty scenery, but it's also a commonly used point of transit for various underworld activities. Perhaps also notable is how unusually high its population of Easterners and Middle Easterners it is for a village so far in the Republic's north. Given the source of much of his funding, I wonder if the latter has anything to do with his interest in the place. Now, that's something I'd rather not consider. And after doing all that, we got Gerard's. I just need a bit of water. Gerard, male, age 34. There's a lot to say about Gerard. Sometimes I still have restless nights where I'm so overwhelmed with regret at what I've let him do. This file's not about me. Before joining Armada, Gerard was a member of the DG cult. I also believe he may be the last living direct descendant of Calvard's former royal family. I mostly believe this as the black and silver greatsword I saw when he purged Enrique is likely a demonic sword, an artifact that was hidden away by the royal family. Many of the pieces of this history and the various intel I've gathered on him seem unbelievable, but that's perhaps why he's able to serve so well as an embodiment of fear. His lust for inflicting fear seems unquenchable. It's the essence of all he does, and perhaps a part of that vile charisma that draws his subordinates to him. But just where does that desire come from? I've recently formed a new theory on that, but it came from somewhere pretty unexpected, and even I'm still puzzled by it. I can write more about that later. However, for now I want to focus on his goal in Basel. While that genius professor may have met an unfortunate end before it could be realized, Gerard still seems to be reaching towards what he strived for. My top priority needs to be ensuring that the ultimate fear he desires may never be released. Thinking about it now, I'm amazed he was able to deceive me in Tharbad. Sure, I was distracted by his sudden message, but I should have still been able to recognize him. Maybe he was just trying to show that he's always been a few steps ahead of me. Still, I can't back down now. I've managed to lock down a way to send out a recording, and I'm planning to make sure this notebook stays safe too. Our real match begins now. I'm ready, both as an information broker and as a reporter, to make the ultimate gamble against him. Maybe, if I do make it back safely, I can look over my hypothesis and try to confirm it. Before I can do that, I'm sure I'll get a nice big scolding from a certain tactless idiot who's like a little brother to me. Not to mention a certain junior whose path forward may be uncertain, but who's sure to have plenty of good times ahead of her. But hey, I guess that's just one last thing for me to look forward to. And that's it. Tingo! Tingo! That idiot! Who's he calling tactless? I can't believe it. To think that guy figured out this much. He certainly couldn't have gathered all this had he not formed so many precious relationships with so many valuable people. He was always so sharp, and always thinking about the people he cared about. Yeah, he wasn't just working to make up for the past, but to make sure everyone could have a brighter future. It is truly regrettable to have lost such a fine young man. But still, I'm glad his notebook was able to reach you two. Maybe it's thanks to the goddess that we were able to find it. Afterwards, they waited for Mariel to calm down, then got her a car back to the Terrell Times. Van called Editor-in-Chief Cunning to let him know the good news, before continuing his work for the day. Before Mariel left, they copied the information into Van's notebook, entrusting her with the original. Something Dingo left for us complete. SP up by 2, because we got the taxi question right, and we got a little mirror as payment. As well as a few gray points, just because. Doing all our requests gets us the stock time. Is something wrong, Van? Well, I'm just thinking. Is it about something with the thugs that have been evading the authorities, right? Yeah, that's right. Ramadi, Jack, and even Killick are concerned about them. Dingo's journal had some interesting information about them, too. Well, we heard that there were some sightings in the Terrell District, right? Now that you mention it, we did, didn't we? It's kind of concerning. Should we go check out the district just to be safe? Well, we were already there today, but I guess it never hurts to look around once more. I doubt we'll find anywhere with a lot of people, though. They're also not going to go near that restaurant that has ties to Heiwei. A point of interest has been added to Terrell District. Alright, I did say I was gonna end early because I need to get up, and as it turns out, I do need to get up early in the morning, so this will be it for today. I think now's a good stopping point. I'm nearly at 5 hours. I'll be sure to do the Connect event next time. No, I'm gonna end on the Connect event actually. I'm gonna end on the Connect event. And then I'll call it quits. I've got enough time to do that. After spending some time patrolling the city, Van and the group decided to take a short break. They temporarily split up and went on to spend their time freely. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. Oh no, I just got here. Thanks for lending a hand. Well, one of my helpers is involved in this anyway. This is about the Firebird's weapon, right? Mm-hmm. It's a custom rifle that was used by Ida, but it's taken a lot of damage, so it's completely unusable right now. Pretty sure I did Fairy's Connect event. Yeah, I did.
We decided to try and fix it. Fairy already told you a bit about it, right?
Yeah, I came along with her when she tried before, but it turned out the job was going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, we managed to get a complete list of parts that we need to repair. Or, wait, what?
So, you two have been working together to fix it, huh?
Yep. We managed to gather a complete list of the parts that we'll need to be able to repair it. Her rifle's been on the back of my mind for a while now. So I want to get it done before I get too busy with the festival. Fairy's off collecting all the tools we need, plus any parts that'd be available up top.
And so you want to go to the Darklight District, grab the parts she won't be able to get. And you need me to guide you around down there.
That's right. I heard that Zin asked you to do the same thing for him a while ago. So, could you escort me there?
Well, I guess it's not every day I get a request from you guys. Sure, always down to put the guild even further in my debt. Plus, it'll give me a short break from dealing with my part-timers.
Knew I could count on you. Let's get going then.
Van and Fee arrived in the Darklight District. They then went looking for any parts needed to repair the rifle. Ah, you're repairing a custom rifle? Sounds like it'll be quite the painstaking task.
Yep, that's why we need to get our hands on a bunch of special parts.
Can you show me whatever rifle suppressors or foregrips you got? Ah, yeah, sure thing. Hope you can find what you need.
Lots of good pieces here, but hard to find the right one.
Well, what about this one?
Looks pretty tough to handle, but I'm sure a Jaeger could manage with it. Now that you mention it, I wonder if these are a newer model of the same parts that Ida used. They should make a good replacement for the original.
Firebird's rifle. Yeah, I've heard a few rumors about it. Back when I was in the Jaeger business, I used the same generation model. You might be able to dismantle it for parts, but I can bring it out for you if you like. Whoa, that sounds like a pretty generous offer.
You sure that's okay? It sounds like it's really important to you. Sure is, but this is a request from a kid the Colonel's daughter, Sarah, raised. I don't mind at all. Although, if you don't mind me asking in exchange, think we could sit down and have a chat sometime when we're free? I finally found someone who's met her since she left the Northern Jaegers. I'd like to know where she is and what she's doing. Of course, I'll tell you all I can.
And so, using all the back channels they could, they got their hands on the parts they needed to repair the rifle. They went up top and met with Fairy, who had just completed collecting her share of the parts. Ow. They met in the Weston Department's gun shop where Sylvie, who had been consulting for a while, helped with the actual repairs. Van mostly watched while it was being repaired, helping with simple tasks like polishing and cleaning. And eventually...
We did it!
Oh, it's pretty amazing. This looks good as new.
Looks like she was using the same style custom muzzle as she did when she was with Zephyr.
One like this, you can really maximize your firepower while keeping your aim steady.
That's what she always told us to focus on when picking out custom parts for ourselves. I didn't know that. I guess I gotta learn more today too. The other parts make this gun's balance pretty unique. You'd have to be really proficient to actually get used to using this. I get the feeling that Ida really loved this rifle. Same here. I'm glad we managed to fix it up for her.
Guess the Firebird had some real capable little sisters looking after her. So, what are you gonna do with it now?
Good question. Fairy, I'm just curious, do you want to use it? No. A massive rifle like this doesn't fit my combat style. She always told me how important it was to remember your own style, so I really should take her advice.
Same here.
Maybe you could send it to one of Zephyr's current members? Their current members, huh? I heard they reorganized a bit after the war. Yep, thanks to the former commanders Zeno and Leo. I don't mind myself, but are you sure that's alright? Yes, I've thought about it a lot, and... In her final moments, the last names Ida called were Zephyr members, you included. I think that the core was the most important place in the world to her true family. So, I'd like to be able to see them take her rifle back home. I see. Got it then. If that's what you want, we should get it delivered as quickly as possible. Actually, how are you going to get it delivered? Both the item itself and the people you want to send it to fall a bit outside of a normal delivery company's scope of operations. Yeah, but I've got a contact for something like this. If I leave it to Josette and the others, I'm sure they'll get it to them. Gotcha. Guess she's living in Liberal now, yeah? You've really got a broad network, don't you? Same to you, Mr. Fixer. After that, the courier Fee contacted agreed to make arrangements immediately. Additionally, they decided to contact Zephyr, who are currently on Zemuria's frontier. It should arrive soon, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't leave that base until it did. Ha! You got it. We still got some time before our next job. A weapon is a Jaeger's soul. We'll make sure to collect it safely. She saved my ass so many times when we were both commanders in Zephyr. I'd like to do what I can to pay her my respects once more. We heard what happened to her back from some of our friends in Eisenshield, but I'm glad she's finally coming back. Maybe she and the boss are having a toast and exchanging old stories in the afterlife around now. And I'm sure they're talking their ear off about their two little sisters who couldn't leave her alone. I sure hope so. Well then, I'll see you two later. I look forward to it. Send her other sister our regards. I hear you're both involved in some pretty shady business. Stay safe out there. Sounds like it went well. So, even though you're a bracer now and they're Jaegers, you still keep in touch? Yeah, though we just check in with each other every now and then. Hey, if you got the time, you want to hang out for a bit? I'd like to talk with you some more, about Zephyr and Ida. Really? Oh, I'd love to! I'd love to tell you more about my village in Kurga, too! Great, sounds like fun. Afterwards, Van saw Fairy off as she went with Fee to have some snacks and chat. When Fairy returned, they agreed to return to their work. Did you just compare me to Reen? Don't you dare. Okay, and with that, we're done for real. Thanks everyone for coming to the stream. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you join me next time as we continue on with the final chapter, and we figure out what the hell the Armada remnants are doing in the Terrell District. We learned a lot of interesting stuff today, so I'm looking forward to seeing what happens next. Turns out Dingo Brad really was the coolest guy. With that said, have a good night everyone, and we'll see you next time. Until then, toodaloo.